Ladies and gentlemen, your champion.
And it's double Dutch delight. With an absolute stunner. Double 10. Well, that is absolutely incredible.
It's time to crown the champion.
Ireland!
And it's double Dutch delight.
Double 8 for a 1-3. That is good, and this is a performance.
Double 16. What a finish.
Double 10, and it's found.
These are nights you absolutely dream of. Lauby, an absolute curler. Well, that is absolutely incredible.
Championship dark.
But Hino is the hero. 24 players from 12 nations across 3 continents have all converged upon Portsmouth this morning for the beginning of the 3rd edition of the International Pairs Tournament. We're here on the south coast of England for 6 days of action as Sunbury looks to become the global king here at the Super Series. Hello, good morning and welcome along to the action. We've got double the fun and double the excitement for you here as International Pairs 3 gets underway. The Republic of Ireland are looking to defend the title that they won in August last year. However, there is stiff competition ahead of them over the course of the next 6 days. The first half of which we're going to be watching in the company of somebody who did made it through to a World Cup final all the way back in 2012, the asset Paul Nicholson. Nico, great to see you. Now, look, you've made it to a World Cup final back in 2012 alongside Simon Whitlock with Australia. What is the key to getting this format right?
Form, trust, and get on that stage and give everything you've got. And you've got to be okay with the rhythm of this format of the game. The majority of the time, especially these days, it used to be very different in the 80s and 90s when people were playing a lot more pairs, but these days there's a lot less of it. So make sure that you're trusting your opponent. You might be in form, but you've got to make sure that you've got the synchronicity right. Leaving the right doubles, assessing the strengths of your opponents, and maybe exposing some weaknesses. There's a few things that we'll talk about in commentary today, but trust is the biggest thing.
12 nations are in action. These 6 will kick things off in Group A on this Monday morning. But on Saturday night, it was the series business of the final of Series 13 of the Modus Super Series, where Jack Drayton got over the line. He got the better of his Lancastrian teammate, Steve Green, by 4 legs to 3. An emotional moment for a young man who in 2026 is going places.
Seems to be the case. Wherever he goes, he wins. He's been to the Isle of Man, he's won there. He's been to the development tour, he's won 2 events there. He's come here, he's won the series. It's only the end of April. There's so much he could accomplish over the course of the next 6 months. We have got no idea where he could possibly go, but we're going to see a lot of him here this year, and we're looking forward to it. Well done, Jack.
The future is very, very bright for that young man. Of that, there's absolutely no doubt. But to today's action here at the International Pairs, 12 nations in action over the course of the next 6 days, and these are the teams that we're going to be watching. The defending champions are the Republic of Ireland. They won the tournament back in August. Then in Group B, we're going to see the likes of England, Canada, the United States. Group C, France, Germany, and the Netherlands. 3 continents being represented. We've got Europe, of course, rather strongly. Kenya, our sole African representatives. But we've also got 2 teams from North America that are in there as well. Canada, who got through to the semi-finals last time. And the United States, who will want to be better than they were last time out.
Yes, absolutely. I think they will feel like they've disappointed the last time they've played. But this time with a new pairing, the Danny team, as we're going to call them this week, because it's going to be Baggish and Lauby, they would like to be feeling that they're going to move the United States in the right direction. Curiously, Danny Lauby over the weekend playing some ADC domestic stuff here, had some really decent games and made some runs happen. So he's done that at just the right time. With Baggish coming into the country, Danny will be hoping that things can happen as a pair.
As I say, 3 continents represented. Kenya being the sole African team in the tournament. Now, we saw David Munya at the World Championships. He got the better of Mike Dedeker in the first round. It was a brilliant story. He's teaming up with Peter Wachuri, somebody who himself has made headlines in recent times. What can we expect to see from them?
I think a bit of togetherness, because when David Munya was here playing singles in week 12 of Series 13, he was struggling at times. And maybe he just needed to have a familiar face close by. He's going to have that this week, and that will help him. And Peter Wachuri has got experience, not just of this format, because he played in international pairs with Kelsey before. It's the fact that he has had better success under this roof. So I expect the Kenyans to cause problems for some of the nations, but it'll be interesting to see how far they can go this time.
Well, this is the odds, and Germany go off the 3-1 favourites. And I suppose there's no surprise. Daniel Klose and Paul Kroner. Look, we've seen Daniel here before. He's had a tour card recently. Paul Kroner played really well at the Euro Tour again at the weekend. And they do look like the team to beat.
Yes, absolutely. If you speak to many people who have sat in these seats over the last few weeks, we've been asked who's going to be the favourite for IP3 or International Pairs 3. And we all think Germany because of form. Daniel's winning on the Challenge Tour. Kroner is winning on the WDF Tour and playing superbly well on the Euro Tour, like you mentioned. But the only question mark over that team is how will they gel as a team? How many times are we going to say that this week?
And of course, the defending champions Ireland, they're 18-1 in the betting, so it just goes to show anything is possible. And it is 18 plus in the UK, and it is gambleaware.org. And if you are gambling across the world, please have a look at the local rules and regulations in terms of gambling. Right, let's get into the action then, shall we? We get underway with a home nations clash as Wales and Scotland go head-to-head. Scott Campbell comes fresh off a winning for Scotland last night at the WDF British Home Internationals. He partners up with Jim McEwen, a former series champion here, whilst Team Wales, they're tried and tested at this format. Kurt Parry and Richie Burnett have made the final of the last 2 of these tournaments, and they're hoping the third time is going to be the charm. Earlier on this morning, I caught up with the pair of Kurt Parry and Richie Burnett to see how they're feeling ahead of this morning's action. Kurt, Richie, here we go. Third tilt for you gents of the international pairs. I get the sense there's a little bit of retribution following the last couple of occasions.
Yeah, we've done all right the last twice. It'd be nice to at least do that again, but I think we both want to go a little bit further and win it.
You two have been one of the premier pairings here. What is it about the chemistry of you two, Richie, which just seems to make you two click so well?
I don't know. He's a good first man and I'm a good anchor. I don't know. Just seem to play together, support each other and, you know, do some daft things now and again. But, you know, that helps as well.
I think one does daft more than the other, right?
Yeah, I think so. A little bit more.
Couple of finals in the past. Does that spur you on a little bit more this time?
To be honest, I think we're just going to do the same as we always do. Just enjoy ourselves and try and win.
Yeah, that's the main concept, I think, of this pairs is to enjoy yourselves. Because you could dig yourself a big hole if you feel you're letting everybody down. And, you know, if you got a smile on your face, I'm sure they're going to go, you know.
It's a nice way to break the season up a little bit as well, from the rigmarole of the week in, week out stuff.
Yeah, and in all fairness, we've had a good time the last twice we've been down here. You know, we've had good fun backstage and, you know, in the evenings and stuff. So, yeah, it's just nice to come and play and enjoy it and have that little freedom.
Finally, what is it about each other that you enjoy playing with the most?
He doesn't put no pressure on me. You just go do what you do, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. We try again, and I think it's good for me, obviously with the experience as well, to sort of take that pressure off.
For yourself, Richie, what do you enjoy?
Yeah, I totally agree with him. You know, we're not here to let each other down. We're both trying, so, you know, as long as we have that in the back of our mind and just keep going forward, that's all that matters.
Go well, gents. Wish you all the best this week.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thank you.
So we get underway with a home nations clash here at International Pairs 3 as Scotland and Wales go head-to-head. For Scott Campbell, a third appearance here representing the Scottish team and a third different teammate he's played alongside. It was John Henderson in the first edition, Robert Thornton in the second, And now Jim McEwen is the latest partner for a man who I suppose would have to call the Scotland captain. He is in the WDS system, and he lifted the British Home Internationals title last night in Merthyr Tydfil in Wales. The Aberdonian, a former weekly winner himself. Richie Burnett is one of the most enigmatic players you'll ever wish to meet. A champion of the world back in 1995. Even as he heads into his 60th year, he's still got a game to match anybody. Jim McEwen himself, reaching the age of 60, his biggest feat came here when he picked up the Series 5 title back in 2023. He's a former Lakeside World Championship quarter-finalist in the past. As for Kurt Parry, he's one of the best young players on the block when he burst onto the scene. Hasn't quite worked out on the Pro Tour, but he's a man who is thirsting for a first title in this building, having hit the post on so many occasions. 5 times he's lost a final here across international pairs, across series weeks, and the Tour Championship final. Well, there was a big tournament in Merthyr Tydfil last night. That man on the stage, the 5th man on the stage, Nick Rolls, was very much a part of that. A man who has refereed numerous World Championship finals in an illustrious refereeing career. It is a pleasure to have him here calling over the action in Group A. And he's a man who's refereed in World Cup, so there's perhaps nobody who's more experienced to referee a format like this than him. And Paul Nicholson, a former World Cup finalist for Australia in 2012, will be guiding us through the action over the course of the next 3 days before an England World Cup winner joins us in Scott Mitchell on Thursday and Friday. And what can we expect from these two? Because Scott Campbell's kind of established himself over the last few editions of this as the Scotland captain de facto.
Yes, he has. And he's had a very good backup in the past with Robert Thornton, the former World Grand Prix champion and former UK Open champion and former World Master. It didn't work out with him after it didn't work out with John Henderson, who had won the World Cup for Scotland in the PDC.
100.
But what he's got in Jim McEwen is someone who has climbed the singles mountain in this venue. That's what Scotland have over Wales in this first game. Campbell and McEwen have both won in this building on a Saturday night. Parry and Burnett have not, but they've been so close many times.
Well, it's only been 2 of these tournaments before, and Wales have made the final of the pair of them, lost out to the Netherlands in the first edition, the pairing of Jimmy Van Schie and Danny Van Tripe lifting the title. And then back in August, the last time he ran this competition, they ran the Republic of Ireland pair of Conor Heenahan and John O'Shea, who we're going to see in the next game against Northern Ireland rather closely. As Jim McEwen piles in the first 180 of this week's tournament.
You can see Scott in the background giving positive feedback to Jim McEwen already.
99.
This is a strong start from
76.
Scotland. Very strong indeed. 88. Well, there is a chance for Wales to get this first
Wales
leg.
require 160.
It would be the first Ton Plus checkout of the week. I'm sure there will be plenty.
100.
However, this
Scotland
for a
requires
rather
16.
simplistic goal to get their campaign up and running. 2 8s for McEwen.
Game
2 8
shot
found.
on the first leg to
Not
Scotland.
usually his most popular part of the board to aim at in terms of doubling, but he'll take that for starters. Scotland 1 up.
Well, this is
Second
a really
leg, it's Wales to
interesting
throw
aspect,
first.
Henry, because
Game on.
if you're Scott Campbell and you know enough about Jim,
99.
let's say you leave 52 and you've got 1 dart in hand left. Now, obviously, you can't finish on 52 because there isn't a double 26. But what do you do for your partner? Do you
95.
instinctively leave double 16, or do you somewhat change your path because you know what Jim wants? Jim wants tops. You have to know
81.
this if you're going to have a successful long week. It's as simple as that.
Well, I remember there was an interesting partnership between Steve West and Mervyn King where one player absolutely adored double top whilst the other player had a real penchant for double 16. And when they're two primary
100.
choice of doubles, you kind of got to meet in the middle and sacrifice somewhere along the line. In fact, it was Mervyn King, the player, who budged in the end. And ever since, it's just become a tops man.
50.
And one thing we have to understand here as well is the pairs rule here at International Pairs,
58.
which is you have to designate who starts every leg before every match. It doesn't have to be the same all day. So Scott Campbell,
100.
he started this match for Scotland. He must start every leg for Scotland in this match, but they can change that up as the day progresses if they so wish.
And they got to play in pairs.
100.
Obviously. But you do tend to find that the captain goes first. If you have a heavy scorer, like Kurt Parry, you might want them to lead off,
Scotland
because if you have a 12 data,
148.
the scorer is going to get more scoring visits.
$58. Wales
It's gonna be
require
pressure on McEwen.
143.
If this doesn't go. 51 downstairs. That was a good effort from Richie.
122.
Well, well, well. That was not part of the plan,
Scotland require 90.
but it's still pressure on the 90.
Still a single to double, even if that wasn't what the end result was, what they wanted. And 75 left. Well, the bullseye was the most likely end destination anyway. Nothing's changed as a result. And if anything, he's got a nice guide for the ball,
56.
unable to nestle.
Wales require
Looks like
21.
it's a new setup for Jim as well.
5.
That has happened too many times to Kurt on this
Scotland
stage.
require 34.
And Richie can't believe that didn't nestle in. That's aggressive. It's double 8 for Scotland.
18. Wales require 16.
Well, the target Scott Campbell's just missed is the one that Richie Burdett wants. Now across the 2 4s. 2 2s to square up.
12.
Doesn't go.
There's a man
require
who doesn't need a
16.
microscope to look at a miss like that microscopically. And McEwen is on double 8 again.
8.
Everybody's wiring everything.
Wales require
I'm just glad this
4.
isn't a double in, double out format this morning. Otherwise, we might be here all day. That's awkward. Now, has to find a way over the top. It starts down up to attention,
2.
which means that he didn't really have
Scotland
much of a look at
require
that bet
8.
there.
Not surprised to see a leg like this. It's not often these players will play at this rhythm.
4.
We might not get a leg this week that lasts this long.
Wales
Early
require
tension between
2.
two domestic nations.
No score.
I promise you, not
Scotland
every leg will
require
be like this
4.
week. Double 1.
Two.
It's not there yet. Shades of a
Wales
game
require
at the European
2.
Tour event this weekend between Mickey Unterbuchner and Michael van Gerwen. It can happen to the best.
Game short.
But
on the
Wales
second
have
leg to
secured their
Wales.
first leg of the week. I'm not sure they understand how. In
Third
fact, we've
leg,
lost
it's
count of how
Scotland
many
to throw
dots of double were
first.
missed in that leg.
Game
But now
on.
we can go on to leg 3.
26 missed darts between the pairs so far in this game.
So the stats are out the window.
Yeah, don't have a look at the averages.
Let's talk about that
60.
Scotland shirt, shall we? That is a fetching number. But it feels like an away kit. Usually when Scotland play, it's
140.
predominantly blue with a little bit of white. but they've almost reversed the Saltire.
Maybe it'll herald different fortunes for a different pair, as I say. The third different teammate that Scott Campbell's played with here at the international pairs. Jim McEwen's got one of the most illustrious CVs here in the Modus Super Series. A weekly winner, a series champion. In fact, if he wins this weekend, he'll become just the second player to complete the triple crown of titles. Only Andreas
60.
Harrison has won a weekly series and specials week. Do you believe in the triple crown, Nico?
Silence is golden.
60.
But Scotland did have a big story in the first international pairs, didn't they? They were 100 to 1
140.
to win Group A on the Wednesday. They won Group A on the Wednesday. It was quite unbelievable when Campbell and Henderson found their way to Saturday night via the first 3 days of the week. So they have had a measure of success in the past, but they want more.
But they haven't lifted the big title, and for a darting powerhouse such as Scotland,
55.
that will be seen as not good enough. The stall will be set rather highly for this pair.
As it should be. He didn't have to stay on the 60. That was
Wales require 106.
an aggressive play. Has worked out. How do we do on the
58.
doubles this time?
Scotland require 81.
Well, this will feel a bit more like what Jim's left. He doesn't spend a lot of time on double 8, but he does spend a lot of time on 81.
Double 13
55.
does not go.
Wales
One
require
from 17
48.
on the outer ring, the Scottish pair. And so Burnett and Parry to get the break and lead 2-1. It's Richie Burnett phone at double 16. And it's Richie
Game
Burnett who gets
shot
double
on the third
16.
leg to
Gets
Wales.
Wales' nose in front. And they get a break, which puts them in charge of this contest. First to 4, the format.
Fourth leg, it's Wales
And
to throw
if you are new
first.
to us here,
Game on.
Richie Burnett does that a lot. And whoever's at the top of that score graphic there, so for example, Campbell and McEwen
96.
will always throw first in all of the games this week, with the exception of the final, where the two teams will then have a bull-off to determine who throws first, and whoever's closest to the ball will throw first in that contest. That's a Scott Campbell trademark here.
Just a little bit. We have had a 9-dart shootout on a Saturday night involving 3 nations, and when Scotland was in that shootout,
64.
Campbell scored 360 points with 6 darts. That'll probably never happen again. Yes, Richie Burnett
43.
has an affiliation on the stage when he needs a bit of extra grip with a certain aspect of the stage. He tends to rub his hand up and down
100.
something on the stage because he likes the texture of it and it gives him a nice feel in his hand. I'd like to know how he discovered that, by the way, Henry.
For context, Richie Burnett has a Bluetooth speaker as his lucky mascot,
100.
which sounds absolutely ridiculous, but when you find out stories about Richie Burnett, such as eating a pot noodle through radiator water, it tends to be quite normal in comparison.
78.
Quite a few dart players have released books over the years, but there are some who are yet to do so. One day, we either want a book for Richie Burnett, or we would like
140.
a mini-series, because it would be something else.
Sure, the publishing lawyers will have a fun time reading that.
65. Scotland require 38.
Now, what to do here? He went straight for double 17.
Game
Straight for
shot
double
on the
19,
fourth
it's
leg
2-2.
to Scotland.
It's just the way Scott Campbell plays. He always plays on the front foot. If something's there to be hit, he will go for it. Maybe
Fifth
the
leg,
only
it's
time there would
Scotland
be
to
a
throw
deviation
first.
is,
Game on.
say, Wales are on 2-1-8 or something like that, not on a finish. If there's a need to take it out, he will take it out. And this game back
55.
on level terms at 2 apiece. 13 darts of that as well for the Scottish pair. Best leg we've seen so far in this contest.
60.
Less than half the amount of darts that it took to get leg 2.
Yeah, could have won leg two twice and got a bit of change for it.
81.
It's going to be a different week this week as well, because when England join the fold, they are a mixed pair. That's the first time that's happened here. Fallon Sherrick will take to the hockey with Steve Beaton,
140.
Richie Bennett's old foe and pal.
Not the first time it's happened on TV, though, because the Chinese pair a few years ago at the World Cup had a mixed pairing, didn't they?
Yeah, Momo Zhu played
45.
China. Bless her. She's no longer with us.
61.
One thing McEwen is all about when he plays singles is big scoring and leaving tops.
121.
He is yet to have a shot at tops. I think that's crucial. He's going to have to stay on the 20s here.
60.
Can't leave the finish. Whenever Richie is surrounding that treble 20 but not hitting it, he can't hide his disappointment.
A mad box of frogs thinks that Richie Bennett is a bit chaotic at times. There's
171.
Campbell there with the perfect setup. 171 to leave himself on double 14. Scotland just beginning to rally a little bit here. And Wales have got to be a little bit careful. And Kurt Parry's got to be careful not to catch.
140.
Really good last start. There was a
Scotland
possibility he
required
could have buzzed
28.
that there by hitting the flight into the treble. But McEwen here looking at double 14
Game
to
shot
put Scotland
on the
3-2 to the good. This game has had some peaks and troughs, some dips in direction. It was Scotland that went one up. Wales then took a 2-1 lead,
Wales to throw
and now
first.
Scotland
Game
3-2
on.
to the good. Wales throwing to stay in this contest.
57.
And Parry only kicks off for a 57.
We had a 31 darter. And Scotland's next two winning legs were 13 and 16. They actually completed 2 legs of darts in less
11.
than Wales won that mammoth leg. I did say at the top of the show, Henry, that there's going to be a little bit of searching on Monday morning.
100.
It's different when you're a single. You get in the practice room, you can keep yourself to yourself, and maybe you can get a running start like some of the guys did last week in Champions Week here. But this is different. You're actively spending time with your
59.
teammate, hatching game plans, trying to feel out how either player is feeling.
60.
It's a lot busier.
Which is probably part of the reason why Bennett and Parry have managed to gel so well together, because they don't really focus too much on too much. They just try and relax and enjoy themselves.
83.
And the key to their partnership is they enjoy each other's company. And when the days are done, they'll go out, they'll have some food together, they'll socialise with one another. And Kurt said in his interview this
30.
morning, it's a way of breaking the season up, because you know as well as anybody how monotonous it can be if you go into the same venues playing the same formats week in, week out.
Yeah, these things are a nice change. Going to the PDC World Cup, it was always different
60.
because all of the nations were sitting together. And everybody was very wary of other teams and what they were doing.
60.
There's a lot of targeting happens in pairs venues. You wouldn't believe how far away the opponents sit from each other, because they just don't want to interact. In this venue, they don't have that luxury because the practice room is the same as it is for singles.
94.
Same size, so things are going to be quite cozy in there. But there aren't going to be many people here this week who have not played here before. The advantage has got to be with the people who've got
100.
stage experience.
Well, Bennett and Parry leaving themselves 94 to take us all the way to a last leg decider. How handy can McEwen leave it here for the Scottish pair? 65 scored.
84.
110 left.
Wales
if
require 94.
Parry cannot convert this 94. Trouble 19, unable to get. And so Scott Campbell, the de facto
62.
Scottish captain, is having a
Scotland
look at 110 here
110.
to win this opener for his country.
He does not get a shot at tops.
50.
But Wales have already
require
taken
32.
double 16, and the person who hit it, Richie Burnett.
Game shot.
And he
a
makes no
sixth leg
mistake whatsoever.
to
The first
Wales.
game of the week is going to see all 7 legs played in it. Scotland 3, Wales 3.
7th and final leg. It's Scotland to throw
And
first.
it is the pair of Campbell
Game
and
on.
McEwen that have the honour in the decider. Can Campbell again, representing his country, just find something when he needs it the most, when his nation needs it the most?
60.
Just touching on what you were saying about different formats. There was a time where people were screaming for more pairs because
81.
when it wasn't all pairs at the PDC World Cup, people were saying, make it all pairs because we want pairs. People listen.
180.
People listen and he hits. That's his second 180 of the game.
Sneaky free for Scotland in this game. And that could be the visit which puts the Saltire pair
58.
on the cusp of victory, because Burnett cannot find anything tangible there. And so Campbell with an opportunity to set things up nicely for his teammate when he comes back. And he's going to have time and space to get this game won, because even a 180 here from Kurt Parry doesn't leave Wales on a finish.
But it would get them closer.
140.
Even with a 2-treble visit, Parry is frustrated. And you're going to see 2 different types of pairs here today and here this week. People who knock fists after every single shot, and pairs that don't.
42.
Some pairs don't need it. Some pairs do. They need to feel that connection, not just have it.
Well, Scotland had a bit of luxury in this leg, but they've not really made too many inroads. Only on 164, having had 6 darts to lay things up. Burnett pondering his options on 222. Cannot stay there because 60 would leave him on a bogey.
41.
Had to go across to the 18 to try and lead the 164. But Scotland find themselves on to win the match.
I'm not sure about this play. I get
64.
it. You want to get 64 or more to leave the 2 darter, but with Campbell being such a big scorer, maybe try and get a 140 to leave double 12.
125.
Look what
Scotland
Parry does.
require 100.
This is a game that Scotland should have won already, and they might not win it at all.
Well, Scotland had their chance to win this
Wales
game, and they'll feel
require
like this is an
56.
opportunity they've let slip, as Richie Burnett has 2 match darts to get over the line at double
Game,
4, of which
shot,
he only needs
and
the
match
1.
To Wales.
Well, at times it was a bit scrappy, but Wales win the opening match of this international pairs week. They get the better of Scotland in 7 in a game which was marred by missed darts at a double. Next up, it's an all-Ireland clash as Northern Ireland take on the defending champions, the Republic of Ireland. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here before the break. Team Wales got the action underway of a 4-3 victory over Scotland. Game 2 sees the defending champions, the Republic of Ireland, take on Northern Ireland as North takes on South in our second match of the week. The Republic of Ireland being headed up by John O'Shea. Got a Heenahan, that man in your picture there, throwing the last of his practice darts. The man behind him is effectively the Northern Ireland captain, Neil Duff, someone who's represented his country on a number of occasions. 6 times a winner here. He's also a former world champion, having picked up the Lakeside title back in 2022. John O'Shea is a former World Masters champion. He's won a weekly title here. He's won a specials week here. And in the near future, he'll be hoping to complete the set of titles. That man there is Richard McKee. He came here as a qualifier, a wild card entry last year. On debut was exceptional. He's won a week here before and is hoping to partner Neil Duff to perfection. As for Conor Heenahan, he's another player who's picked up a weekly and a specials week title. And the first ever player to hit a 9-darter in this building. He's actually done it on more than one occasion. He did so twice. Hit the first 2 here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And so we're about ready to get underway with Game 2 of our session as the Republic meets Northern Ireland. And it'll be interesting to see, Nico, what kind of nick the Republic of Ireland pair are in, because they are the defending champions, but the bookies have them as an 18-1 no hope.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting. Usually a defending champion is somewhere near the top, but apparently not John O'Shea and Connor.
First leg.
You could see this is a bit of a derby match.
Game on.
And it could be a redemption week for Neil Duff because he was so close to winning Series 13 on Saturday night. He just missed out, losing in the semi-finals for the second consecutive series. So maybe this week in pairs and having Richard by his side, not for the first
60.
time, it could be a bit of a tonic for him.
Didn't play in the previous edition of this tournament, Northern Ireland, but did play in the first. And you may remember
60.
that them and Belgium had a little bit of bad blood in their final group game, where Belgium knocked Northern Ireland out of the competition.
58.
Be interesting to see that meeting, which comes up later on in the day. In fact, it comes up right in the middle portion of our session here in Portsmouth.
140.
Well, Neil's going to be sharp, isn't he? Showed some great stuff on Thursday, Friday and Saturday.
100.
If he can carry that form into this week, it will take a little bit of pressure off McKee. He's just got to be the
82.
B-side to the album. He's got to be the backup plan. If Duff's going up there scoring tons of 140s, 85s and tons will give them shots at double.
55.
It'll give them a chance of winning this group.
124.
So 1-2-4. First opportunity going the way of Northern Ireland. They've got 6 darts from here to get their noses in front. Effectively half in the score, leaving 64 for his partner McKee when he comes back. Should get at least a dart and a double when he returns.
140.
And he's going to be under pressure to hit said dart because that 140 of O'Shea's left him on a 2-darter.
It is tops.
24.
I do believe that's
Ireland
our first
require
look at tops
88.
today.
Yeah, the other double's been scared and in that first game missed. Bullseye for Heenahan. He hit the winning double for the Republic of Ireland to win the title last time. That
Northern
bounced
Ireland
out the 25
40.
to give them the opening leg of this game.
Wow, that is low. I'm not even sure I have to say anything there. I think Neil's gesture to the board said it all.
Game
and
shot.
you can't give
and
John
the first
O'Shea a
leg
chance like
to
that.
Ireland.
He's lethal when he's going into a sharp mood. Is the man known as the Joker and
Second
the
leg, it's Ireland
2019
to
World
throw
Master.
first. Game on.
which was held at the Circus Tavern in Purfleet, one of the most historic venues for the sport.
140.
I'm just having a little look at what John O'Shea's been doing this morning. His grip looks
81.
different to me. I've watched John play for the last 15 years. And nothing much has changed in his action, but that grip looks different.
125.
People tend to change grip for only two reasons. One, they want their darts
60.
to sit differently in the board. The other one, injury. But that definitely looks different. But I tell you what, it looks pretty good. His accuracy around that treble 20 has been excellent so far.
So Heenan and O'Shea looking at 96. They got the break in the open, now looking to double their lead. And Northern Ireland just
96.
tailed off the pace a little bit. Will persevere on the treble. Finds it. The double eight was the double that won him the title.
80.
Unable to get this time, but they will be back in due course.
Have you noticed on the back of the Republic of Ireland shirts that John O'Shea's just got the Joker? And Heenan's got his actual name.
31.
As if it's
Ireland
his
requires
nickname.
16. Game shot and the second
2-0.
leg to Ireland.
Double eight found. Well, Conor Heenan hasn't technically got a nickname, but we all call him Hino.
Third leg, it's Northern Ireland to throw first.
This is a good performance
Game
from
on.
the Republic. 91 average for a couple of legs. 50% on the doubles. This is very sharp.
91 in pairs is a very, very strong average. Have seen some blockbuster averages in the past in the PDC World Cup. I think Team Poland had an average of just under 118,
44.
didn't they, once upon a time? But when you consider you're only throwing once every couple of visits, you're not going to be able to get in the same flow as perhaps you would be if you're playing in singles play.
Yeah, one of the biggest things in pairs
94.
is you've got to be okay not throwing. In singles, it's a 50-50 game. 50% of the time you're throwing, 50% of the time you aren't. In
58.
pairs, cut that in half. You're going to be playing 25% of the time, and you're going to be waiting
135.
a lot longer. So you have to use the time that you're not throwing more constructively.
Which is why I think possibly a player like Danny Lalby could potentially become unstuck because he's fast, he's
100.
furious, and he doesn't like waiting around. And he's going to have to be rather disciplined when he plays for the American side on Thursday and Friday if they're going to be successful.
But I would like to think that some of the North American pairs
85.
will have done some pairs warm-up action in the build-up to this. But then again, Jeff Smith and Dawson Marshall live provinces apart.
31.
And
Northern
there's an
Ireland
ocean
require
between Danny
87.
Baggish and Danny Lowby at the minute. Is there only one leg between these two?
78.
Maybe not.
It's not quite happening right now. Just feel like they need a bit of a spark here, the Northern Irish pair.
Well, John, you shouldn't have gone for the
60.
20s.
Northern Ireland
On
require
his second
9.
dart. That was very silly of you. I'm saying that from a distance because he's bigger than me.
Game shot and the
But
third leg.
it is
to
their
Northern
first leg
Ireland.
of the competition, and Northern Ireland are off and running.
I get the sense this
Fourth
time
leg,
Richard
it's
McKee will
Ireland
feel
to
like
throw
he'll
first.
belong a little bit
Game
more
on.
because I get the sense when he played in the first edition of this tournament, there was a sense of almost imposter syndrome. as in for
97.
what am I doing on this stage alongside a legend like Neil Duff, alongside somebody who's won a world championship, where at the time, Richard was an unknown quantity. He came for a qualifier to play at the Super League. He played so well that
180.
he got the invite to be Northern Ireland's second player. But this time, he's got credit in the bank. He's won a weekly title.
54.
He's done good things. He is here on merit, and I hope that he knows that. And I think we might see a better version of him as a result of it.
Yeah, you should know that. Rich is a very good player. You don't win weeks here
100.
at the Modus Super Series without having talent and belief.
$140.
There's nothing wrong with Duff scoring. And that was a big thing last week on Thursday and Friday. His concentration
100.
around the treble 20 was as good as we've seen. But it just let him down in the semi-finals on Saturday night.
A question for you in the next leg. We'll come to it in a few
83.
moments' time because Northern Ireland here
Northern Ireland require
looking at 1-2-1 to
121.
level us back up at 2-2. We'll look down at the 17s. Gets the treble 18. And now it's the bull.
96.
Clicks just higher the wire.
Ireland require 127.
This is a very even game. Are they separated by 2 again?
83.
No, they're not.
Northern Ireland require 25.
2 8s for Duff.
17.
And that's where the Duff man has struggled in this fixture.
Ireland require 44.
It's been on the outer ring.
And so this, to put the Republic one away. Double top for Heenahan.
24.
Unable to get. Now, Northern Ireland were 2-0
Northern
down
Ireland
in this game.
require 8.
But if Richard McKee can find this double 4, they're back level at
Game
2-2.
shot and the fourth
And here's
leg.
it, both
Northern
the
Ireland.
leg-winning doubles for his nation. We're back on terms at 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Northern Ireland to throw first. Game on.
And look what happens next. He's not struggling on the treble 20.
180.
If he'd found doubles in this game, they would have won legs a lot sooner.
But then this is where the dynamic should then work
57.
perfectly because you want your power scorer into bat first, hope that they put in a couple of decent visits, and so by the time you get to the fourth turn of the leg, the other player who you think's a stronger finisher
60.
has that opportunity to get the leg won.
Oh, I agree. Don't get me wrong, Henry. I really do agree with you. But what if that scorer's getting the double first and they're
58.
missing? That can cost you the leg. It's one of the foibles of playing 501, for example.
You
can do that all you like.
180.
Now, it's okay in 4 visits, isn't it? Because you get 2 visits each. But if it's a 5-visit leg you
93.
need, the lead person
Northern Ireland require
needs to
81.
finish.
And this don't even have to go in 4.
Take your pick. Treble 14, treble 10. Do whatever you want. Just don't leave anything small.
38.
Turns out that Duff has got to burn a dart to get to the double of choice now.
Which will be tops.
So is that why McKee has gone for the 12?
171.
That double
Northern
top
Ireland
has won
require
Neil Duff a lot
43.
of money over the years. It's one of a world championship. And he's
Game
won his
shot
country
and the
that leg
fifth
in
leg.
14 darts.
Northern Ireland.
Turns out he's a scorer and a finisher, Neil Duff.
Sixth leg,
Neil
it's
Duff
Ireland to throw first.
In that leg,
Game on.
with 6 perfect darts. Couple of maxis and then the 43 taken cleanly.
60.
So maybe Northern Ireland could do the double in something like 10 months.
100.
Because they are the current PDC World Cup champions with Daryl Gurney and Josh Rock with a massive story last year.
25.
There is perhaps an irony because John O'Shea has been traversing across Europe with Josh Rock over the course of the last few weeks in his Premier League campaign. But at this present moment in time, Josh wants Richard and Neil to do a job.
100.
Yeah, I don't think John O'Shea is going to be going to the Premier League in Liverpool on Thursday. He's
Well-
got a job to do.
Unless he wins Group A, then he's got the luxury of a couple of days off.
140.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't the Republic play Northern Ireland in last year's PDC World Cup?
I believe so, yes.
140.
Just had some alarm bells ringing in my brain from last year's
92.
Holla.
Northern Ireland require 161.
This is to win the game. And they've got 6 for it. Don't go 20s.
60.
Should have gone the bull, Richard. If you go 20s there, you've got to get the treble to leave a 2-darter. If you go for the bull, the 25 all bull
60.
leaves a 2-darter.
Northern Ireland require 101.
Yeah, they won 8-5, did Northern Ireland, and they could win this game by 4 legs to 2 if Neil Duff finds double top.
61.
What would have been the first top of the week.
Ireland require 124.
And in turn, this could be as well. And that didn't last very long.
52.
So on the whole,
Northern
McKee has
Ireland
been the better
require
finisher.
40. Game,
And finish off
shot,
this game, he
and the
will. A
match.
4-2
Northern
win for
Ireland.
Northern Ireland, and the defending champions are off to a losing start. Work for the pair of John O'Shea and Conor Heenahan to do. It wasn't vintage from Northern Ireland, but they've got the job done. They got better as the game went along. Average just under 90, despite missing 10 darts at a double. Coming up next, we're going to see Belgium and Kenya get their campaigns underway. Welcome back to the international pairs here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where the defending champions, the Republic of Ireland, have lost out in their opening match. Defeated 4-2 by the Northern Ireland pair of Neil Duff and Richard McKee. Last out for us, it is Belgium against Kenya. The last two nations we're yet to see on this Monday morning. Kenya making their second appearance, looking to make it through to the finals for the first time. Belgium played in the first edition of this tournament when Brian O'Man was partnered with Janty van den Berg, the brother of the former world match play champion Dimitri. They managed to get through to the semi-finals on that occasion. We didn't see them last time out, but they're back for more, and this time they're back for the title. That man in your picture, Peter Wachuri, he qualified for the World Championships a couple of years ago. He's a double 17 away. As for that man there, Andy Bartons, he's a former champion of the world. He won the Lakeside back in 2023, and in winning it, he was immense. As for David Munya, he beat Mike DeDecker at the recent PDC World Championship, making headlines all around the world. The Kenyan ambassador for the United Kingdom saw him in his second round defeat to Kevin Dutz. As for Brian O'Man, he's a former WDF world #1. He's also made a World Championship quarterfinal at the Lakeside. As for Peter Wachuri, he's a former weekly runner-up, losing out to Scott Campbell in the final of Series 10, Week 6, in one of the loudest atmospheres I've ever seen here. The Vuvuzelas, well, they were going off so much so they're now banned from the venue indefinitely.
Oh, this is interesting. They've got Belgium leading off with Andy. So he's technically the captain in this game, and Wachuri is given the start to Munya.
I'm not surprised about Munya starting for Kenya. Were you of the opinion that Roman was going to kick things off for the Belgians?
Yeah. That's why.
180.
Timing is everything. With Munya, though, I am somewhat
83.
convinced that he's a better finisher than he is a scorer. Hence, I thought possibly he might go second. And this is something they can change throughout the day, but not in this game now.
121. Belgium require 121.
So 121 here for Brian O'Man to get things started. He's got 6 of them here.
89.
And he's one of those players, Brian, that definitely makes people think, because he'll go all sorts of strange ways to try and complete legs and to try and complete combinations.
Yeah, but it's not about him now, is
60.
it? It's about them.
Belgium require 32.
Might have to play some textbook darts just like that, because Belgium are off to a flyer. If they can do a lot of that this week, it could be their week.
Second leg, it's
that
Kenya
looks
to
strong.
throw first. Game on.
But we can't forget, yes, this is a different format because it's pairs. But they're still spending the same amount of time on the stage and the practice board. It's still a marathon format to make the Saturday. In Group A, you've got 6 teams. Only one of them will guarantee Saturday night, the finals night of International Pairs 3, and that is on Wednesday afternoon when 15 games have been completed per team. It is a marathon. And if you don't win the group,
41.
Henry's going to explain now exactly where the other teams go.
Have you got your pen and paper ready? Because this is how the rest of the week breaks down. The winner of Group A will automatically qualify for Saturday night's final. The teams in second and third will qualify for Group B. They will play on Thursday and Friday night in a 5-player group, joining England,
81.
America and Canada in there. The top 3 from those 5 players make it through, whilst the players in 4th, 5th and 6th position, they'll play in Group C. That's on Thursday and Friday afternoon. And they will be joined alongside teams France, Germany and the Netherlands. And only the top 2 from that 6-player pool will make it through to the finals on 59. Saturday evening, which kick off at 7:30 p.m. here on Pluto TV. And the winner will be crowned the International Pairs Champions.
100.
You've got 2 nations on the cup already. There's not a massive culture of defending titles in this building.
40.
Only one
Belgium
person has
require
defended the Modus Super Series title. That's Luke Littler in Series 3 and 4. Andy Bartons on 101 and doesn't have to take it out. So
83.
Has he done the right thing there? I think his partner would have done that differently.
$96.
Should be
Belgium
triple 18,
requires
double
78.
12. 20 for tops. We'll move across to the left-hand side to try and find that
58.
top left-hand corner. And that
Kenya
ditch just
require
low.
84.
So Kenya looking at 84. And David, when you hear may only get a dart at the bullseye to level this match up. going to get the bonus of 2 in hand, a double 12.
He's not one for asking the referee what's left. He likes to figure it out himself.
Game
And that is a
shot
really
on the
nice
second
double
leg to Kenya.
from a man known as Why Not.
Third
if
leg,
you
it's
think
Belgium to throw first.
that he is the
Game on.
only sports person or sports team in the world who have a nickname that is a question, think again.
100.
Because Brian Roman, part of Team Belgium here, as a single, is known as the Riddler. And his dart shirts have question marks all over them.
Does that mean we get
41.
the return of Riddle of the Day?
Maybe. I'll have a think about it. But then, if you think about the United
57.
States, the Cincinnati Bengals in the NFL, one of their statements that their fans like to say is, "Who dare?"
123.
who are they? So questions can have big footprints on sports franchises and sports people.
41.
Joe Burrows plays for them, doesn't he?
Joe Burrow, yeah, quarterback. Very good as well. Haven't had a good couple of years, though. They'll be looking to bounce back after this week's NFL draft, which takes place in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
180.
Well, can you get their first max of the week?
133. Kenya require
And leave themselves at a finish, but
157.
Belgium also leaving Saint to win the leg. The biggest finish of the lot, the 170.
97. Belgium require 170.
Yes. It was
92.
looking promising because when
Kenya
Barnes hits the
requires
left side
60.
of that treble 20, he can stack them, not just underneath, but side to side.
Well, last time Belgium did play here, my man took out a 170.
20.
Not going to happen again.
Belgium requires 78.
Kenya made a bit of a mess of that, if the truth be told. Tops again. Same combination.
58.
And unfortunately for a man, the same result.
Kenya require
Considering
40.
how strong Belgium have looked in this game, Kenya have withstood them
Game
and
shot
taken the
on
lead
third
against them.
leg to Kenya.
Doing what they have to do. Being comprehensively outscored in this game, but 2 opportunities at a double.
Fourth
2
leg, it's Kenya to
chances
throw first.
taken at the outer ring.
Game on.
This is good for Munya.
140.
But if we may say so, he is a little bit erratic. He missed 2 singles on approach to a 60 checkout in the previous leg.
100.
It didn't hurt them. But if you keep doing that, it will at some point.
$60.
We've never had a 9-darter in pairs here at international pairs at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, but 9-darters in pairs
41.
have happened around the world. And actually one of the most famous pairs 9-darters was a mixed pair. It wasn't streamed, it wasn't on TV, but it is
43.
something that happened. There's plenty of proof of it. It was between 2 players from the northeast of England. One, a certain Glenn
43.
Durrant, and his mixed pairs partner, Claire Stamper. What we would give for a 9-darter this week.
100.
Well, it's never happened on the telly before, as you rightly say. Team Australia came close, missed double 12 for it, didn't they? Wedlock and Heta. That was a few years ago now, wasn't it?
57. Kenya require
And this is a place that has seen the issue
135.
before. Fanisher became the first female player to hit a televised 9-darter back in 2023. Goodness me, if Herman Steve Beaton hit it, could you imagine?
49.
Kenya could be taking a 3-1 lead against one of the fancied teams for the week. But you never judge a
41.
team by a Monday morning.
Kenya require
You judge them by
86.
Wednesday afternoon and Saturday night. And a little bit in between. Wachuri's playing some good darts here. Very good
shot
stuff.
on the fourth
He's the
leg
strongest
to
player on
Kenya.
the stage.
Is it fair to say this is the best we've seen from Peter for quite a while, because he had
Fifth
a
leg
good
is
week on
Belgium to throw
debut,
first.
but I
Game
also
on.
think it's fair to say a couple of appearances after that he may be flattered to deceive a little bit. The Global Championship did not go to plan
100.
whatsoever, but this feels like a step in the right direction here for Peter.
It does. We're talking about a guy who's had success on this stage in one of our
97.
influencer events. He's done very well by making a final on a Saturday night at the Modus Super Series. Lost out to Scott Campbell, funnily enough, who plays for Scotland
100.
here this week. But he's won enough money here to buy a house.
$83.
And his biggest paycheck came when he won Lakeside.
$60.
He was dominant in that tournament, beating Chris Lamont in the final. Special player when he gets going. And if you think about his form in 2026, he made the quarterfinals of the Belgian
41.
Darts Open recently in Weezer, not far from where he lives. And he did it without having a tour card. He's a dangerous player.
140.
And he had to beat some decent players en route to winning that title. Beat Seb Białecki by 3-0 in the opening round. Now that is a very good win in hindsight, because
Belgium
Seb's
require
going on to do some amazing
101.
things. Might see him at the World Match Play in the summer for the first time. Belgium looking to get one back. And Bartons
Game
finds a
shot
double
on the
12
fifth leg
for the
to
week's
Belgium.
first topper. The 101 goes back to 3-2. Kenya forced to serve this game out.
That was
Sixth
a
leg
glorious
is Kenya
checker
to
from
throw
Andy.
first. Game on.
That double 12 was right in the middle. And the one thing you're going to get from Bartons, no faffing. He's not someone who celebrates much. He's an uncomplicated character. He wakes up in the morning, he has his breakfast, and he turns up for darts and he plays the best he can. He's the
60.
settling factor in this team. The flamboyance is going to come from Roman.
Yeah, Bartons beat Białecki 3 sets in 11, just under 95 in that game. Was pushed to the world by the young Pole, 3-2, 3-1, 3-2 were the set scores. Then beat Gary Stone by 3 sets to 1.
100.
Again, averaging 94.2. And again, he lost a set in that game, but the 3 sets he did win, he won by a 3-2 scoreline. Beat Johnny
55.
Tartar of New Zealand 4-2 in the quarterfinals. Again, averaging just over 93, winning a lot of sets 3-2. In fact, the first 3 sets he won on that contest were by that
82.
scoreline. Beat Dennis Nielsen 5-2 in the semis. Guess what? Averaged 94 and change again, before then battering Chris Lambert in the final by 6 sets to 1, averaging
85.
93.5. So you kind of knew the level he was playing at all tournament long. But the key was he was winning those pivotal fifth legs and sets. And in this format, picking off those pivotal last
99.
legs could be so
Kenya
important
require
in topping up points
161.
totals.
One has a shot for the match. One has a shot to save the match. That
26.
has not gone well.
Belgium require 160.
But he's left that number again. Andy, tops.
Game
That is
shot
glorious.
on the 6th leg.
Back-to-back
to
top plus
Belgium.
checkouts for Belgium. And they both come from the beast.
The beast from
Seventh
the
leg,
east
it's
is
Belgium to
going
throw
a bit
first.
ballistic.
Game on.
The 160 goes, and we go all the way from 3-1 down. Andy Bartons has led a Belgian surge back into this
73.
contest with those back-to-back tub plus checkouts. However, is that a bit of a slip? On throw in the last, kicking off 73 has opened up the door for the Kenyans.
125.
There does seem to be a connectivity between the Belgian pair.
96.
Not feeling it as much for the Kenyans. They're not doing the old fist bumps or high fives or anything like that yet.
140.
Let's face it, they don't have to. You have to do what's right for your team. And what's right for Kenya right now is what they're doing. 2 treble visits apiece.
58.
Speaking to Brian a few weeks back, he was saying that in the old BDO days, Brian and Andy were playing a lot of pairs tournaments with one another. So they are used to the dynamic
59.
of the pairing. They're pros, the cons of one another's game. They know that inside out. They know it intrinsically.
Yeah, that was a good try from Brian.
46.
It's the right thing to do from 274. He's trying to trim off 19, 25 and 60, making sure that his last start will leave a finish, but he didn't get the 25.
99.
And Belgium are struggling here. After the heroics of the 101 checkout and the 160, Belgium could still lose this match.
100. Kenya
Well, it's certainly
requires
been a day
78.
of tight matches so far. It's another match that's gone to the last. But it's Kenya with first opportunity to win it. Double 12
Game,
for David
shot.
Munya to win it for his
And the
nation.
match
And
to
they're off to a
Kenya.
winning start. They defy the Belgian comeback where Andy Barton's piled in back-to-back ton plus finishes. But it's Team Kenya who are off to a winning start. They get the better of Belgium by 4 legs to 3. Really good game in terms of the doubling. Really good game all told. So Kenya off to a winning start. Coming up next, we're going to see Wales and Northern Ireland go head-to-head. The winner will move on to 4 points in the group and to the top of the table. Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Game 4 of the international pairs is about to get underway. So far, wins for Wales, Northern Ireland and Kenya on this Monday morning. And the Welsh and Northern Irish duo are looking to double up their tally. The winner moves on to 4 points and will take the early control of this Group A table. In terms of how they got over the line, well, Northern Ireland played the better of the pair. They got the better of the Republic by 4 legs to 2. Average of 89.13. That was despite missing 10 darts at a double in that game. 3 180s for them en route. As for Wales,
First leg, it's Wales to
they
throw
had
first.
to ride their luck a little bit at
Game
times.
on.
There was a really scrappy leg in which they won. And then Richie Burnett was actually the man that was able to hold it together to win the game.
45.
Kicking things off as ever for his nation. Northern Ireland will feel rather buoyed, I think, after that first win against the Republic, Nico.
Yeah, I think they will be.
140.
I think these two teams have got something in common from round one, because their opponents started better than they did. I suppose you could say the same for Belgium against
55.
Kenya. But it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And Richard McKee finished rather well in that fixture.
95.
So Northern Ireland pick up 2 points.
Well, we're talking about the merits of team play in this particular format. Neil Duff is the power scorer of the
59.
pair. Of that, there's no doubt. Which means that Richard McKee's job, in essence, is when he gets an opportunity to finish a leg off, he has to take it. And it felt like those two things were, towards the end of that
23.
game, were combining together rather well.
Everybody thinks about pairs differently. One of the things that I spoke with Simon Whitlock a lot about when we were playing pairs for Australia
100
is you would try and play beat the score darts. So try and beat what the person does before you. Well, you can't beat 180 though, can you, Richard?
50.
So let's say that Richard scores 50. Now, what Parry wants to do is make 50 look bad.
130.
Superb start for the Welsh pair. And Burnett.
26. Wales require 32.
Back for 32, and his finishing was so strong in his opening game.
Game
That is a
shot
lovely
in
dart.
the first leg.
And
to
a very good
Wales.
sign for Richie, who has in the past, as a single, been very strong in
Second
a Group
leg, it's
A
Northern
campaign.
Ireland to throw first. Game on.
Kurt Parry's been more of a dual group kind of guy. Group A has never been his
45.
strongest, but you get him into Group B or Group C, he's a very, very strong marathon runner when it comes to darts.
125.
Doesn't spend a lot of energy like some players. He gets up there, he does his thing, and he walks away.
Is it fair to ask about endurance with Neil Duff? He
100.
played last week. I know he only played the Group B, but he's already got 3 days under his belt. If we get to Thursday and Friday, will that be something that might be spoken about?
No, I don't think so. In the past, we have seen Neil play 3
100.
straight weeks here. By week 3, he was done. He was absolutely flat as a pancake. But in the second week, he was very strong.
30.
And it really is a strength, having played 3 really competitive days at the end of last week, having a day off. Then
85.
he comes back into battle. I think the combination of what he's got in his locker right now is primed for some good stuff.
134.
If he'd played 6 days last week and just had Sunday off, my answer would be different.
This is the best I've seen Richie Burnett in a long time.
133.
I'm going to be honest, I had a few reservations about Richie coming into this week because the form guide hasn't been good whatsoever. But it looks like there's something about playing for his nation and playing alongside Kurt Parry
58.
that so far today has got a tune
Wales
out of him.
require 58.
Double top. And
Game
Wales
shot and
are
the second
cruising.
leg to Wales.
Doesn't matter that he missed the single.
Third leg, it's Wales to throw first.
He
Game
got
on.
the next one. He got the double. And he's throwing at the start of leg 3 for a 3-0 lead.
Northern Ireland in
96.
similar trouble like they were against the Republic of Ireland, but Northern Ireland were able to win that game 4-2.
This could be a nice precursor to what we're all going to see this summer. World Cup football in the United States this summer. It's going to be hot. It's going to be unpredictable.
100.
However, we won't be seeing Wales and Northern Ireland at the World Cup this summer.
You're a brave man for saying that. You're a very brave man. Not going to be seeing England
94.
until Thursday this week. Although Wales, they were close.
81.
There's another country that isn't in the Football World Cup this summer again, which is Italy.
And they're not in
100.
the international pairs either this time round. Although, I'll tell you what, they've got a very competitive team, the Italians.
Yeah, definitely in consideration for another time.
Do you know what I'd love to see?
140.
As time moves on, as this evolves. International pairs qualifiers. 6 automatic invites. The next 6 need to qualify. Imagine
95.
that.
Wales require 84.
This is for 3-0. Parry's doing a lot right in this game. Can he find the ball?
59.
Almost.
Northern
That was a very
Ireland
good try.
require 112.
This has to cooperate. He's got plenty of room to the right of that.
52.
Now it's Richie's turn.
Wales require 25.
This part of the board has been meat and drink for Richie Burnett so far.
17.
However, that's a rare blot on the
Northern Ireland require
doubling
60.
scorecard for the Prince of Wales. McKee, who himself has been mustered in terms of his finishing, is unable to
40.
get tops or tens.
Wales require 8. Game
That's a lovely
shot
dart.
in the third leg.
He'll feel
to
relieved about
Wales.
that because they were in charge of leg 3 and they have eventually taken it after a scare.
Fourth leg, it's Northern Ireland to throw first. Game on.
Okay, Parry is using a dart today that I know a great deal about.
180.
This is a dual-weighted barrel. It's actually made up of 2
100.
billets of tungsten, but they're made of different compositions so that it is front-weighted. It's actually heavier in the bottom 50% than the top 50%. That suits someone like Kurt because of the angle of attack he's got in the board, because he wants them to be very straight and very upright.
40.
As for Neil, he's been using these darts very effectively of late,
99.
but his darts weren't always like this.
No, they weren't. There was a period where he was kind of having a look at what equipment worked best for him. And he's
44.
absolutely insisted
Northern
what he's got
Ireland
now
require 88.
is the winning formula. And it has been a winning formula. He's won on the WDF Tour in 2026 already. As McKee doesn't have to go for the ball, decides to set things up.
53.
And again, it's another missed number, another missed big number. That's been a bit of a problem of Rich's today.
I like that from Duff. That's good teamwork. He's just trying to keep the happiness going on the stage.
45.
They're 3-0 down.
Northern
Richard's
Ireland
just missed a
require
single, but he
35.
smiled at him. That's good captaincy. He's saying, don't worry, I'm going to hit it. And he was
Game
absolutely
shot
right.
on the fourth leg.
I love that from
Northern
Duff.
Ireland.
And the thing is, throughout the course of the week, at one point or another, you're going to find yourself in the trenches.
Fifth leg,
So
it's
when you're
Wales
in
to
that,
throw
you need your
first.
teammate to bail
Game
you
on.
out and vice versa.
I can't tell you how many times Simon Whitlock did that for me.
95.
He was Mr. Cool. I was Mr. Intensity. He was the one who tempered me down. And you need that. Very rare in this format do you get 2
140.
people who are exactly the same.
However, we do have twins playing later on this week.
That's a very, very well-made point.
81.
Let me give you an example of this. Steve and Tony West playing with each other
85.
probably wouldn't work.
No.
They were two players that played at a very high level. Steve
60.
West, who was one of the most successful players here and an excellent PDC pro. Tony West, former world master.
85.
But as a pair, I don't think they'd work. And they're brothers.
Well, put it this way, the world number 1 and the world number 2. Luke Little and Luke Humphreys played for England. Everyone expected
60.
them to romp home with the title. 1-8 favours of the bookmakers, and they went out in round 1.
Absolutely a great example. Now, for the PDC World Cup this year, if you don't think Wales are going to win it, then you're a fool. Because they are
42.
ridiculously strong, especially after Gerwyn Price yesterday winning the European Darts Grand Prix in Sindelfingen. Another title, a 10th on the European Tour.
Northern
And
Ireland
I wonder if
required
that's a sign for Wales this week.
149.
Well, that's not a positive sign for Neil Duff and Northern Ireland. And so, just one big treble needed
28.
here to be
Wales
afforded a
require
dart to the double.
120.
And it's Richie Burnett who's looking to bring this game to a close. It was almost very safe. It says everything relying on dart 2, which doesn't go itself. And so McKee looking at 1-2-1. Now, we did
Northern
see
Ireland
Team
require
Belgium piling back-to-back
121.
ton toppers to level from 3-1 down in the previous game. Can McKee do something similar?
And the reason that Burnett
53.
is so unhappy is because he's not
Wales
left
require 75.
Kurt Parry on single to double here. But he has got a shot.
Game
And that's a shot he takes. That's
And the match
extremely
to
strong
Wales.
from Kurt Parry, who bags a second win for Wales at the behest of Northern Ireland, who can't go back-to-back. Pretty strong game from Wales. They're on 4 points after 2 matches. And when we come back, Kenya will be back against Scotland.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Wales got the better with the Northern Ireland pair of Neil Duff and Richard McKee by 4 legs to 1. So they have doubled up their tally. 4 points for the pair of Kurt Parry and Richie Burnett. And it just goes to show that sometimes in this format, irrespective of the form you're in, something can just click when you're playing in this doubles competition. So game 5 to the third waypoint of the day, and it is a meeting between Kenya and Scotland. A game which won't be remembered for its pace, but could be remembered for its brilliance, because these are two sides that once they get going, they really can hit the heights.
Let's hope they can. Campbell and McEwen couldn't secure the victory against Wales in the first game of the day, but there were some bright sparks. Let's see if they can do it against the African representatives here at International Pairs 3.
Well, a nice cordial handshake between Jim McEwen and David Munya before we get underway.
First leg, it's Kenya to throw
it will
first.
be the Kenyan pair to get us started, and David will have the honour again.
Do you know what this fixture really reminds me of? Because we're going to have countries going up against each other this week. And we say, in what other sport
48
would you have this country versus this country? In football, you have Brazil against England, and you think, oh, that's normal.
81.
Brazil against England in darts, not normal. When you take these two countries, Scotland against Kenya, think of another sport that comes to mind. And for me, there's only one. That's distance running. I think of Eilish or Liz McColgan going up against a plethora of East African distance runners.
21.
I was going to say cricket. Because they tend to qualify for the World Cup, don't they? Time out.
I understand that. And that's a team sport, whereas distance running is individual.
Well, Kenya hosted they're one of the 3 hosts of the World Cup
36.
in 2003, alongside South Africa and Zimbabwe.
Yeah, Peter Wachuri was the first Kenyan player to grace this stage, but he wasn't the first Kenyan thing on the stage, because the dartboards we use here are manufactured in Kenya.
81.
Because that's where the material is harvested. These boards are made with sisal and are manufactured in the Nairobi region.
121.
One of the reasons why darts is so popular in Kenya.
And just beginning to really burst into life at the top level. These two really have been the hallmark of Kenyan darts. So we shouldn't forget Manpreet Kelsey, who actually, when he played here last time, I thought acquitted himself rather well. Can himself unlucky not to be a part of this Kenyan pairing.
84.
Could possibly say the hardest done by player in terms of the selection process. But McEwen here looking at 60 to get a break for Scotland to get things up and running.
84. Scotland requires 60.
Single 20 for double 20.
Game shot
And double 20 got
to Scotland.
And McEwen 1 up. Scotland 1 up.
That has to be one of the keys to success
Scotland
this
to throw
week.
first.
Getting McEwen shots at tops. It did not happen in the first fixture. So if we, from our vantage point, who have watched Jim McEwen for years,
57.
winning things with us, if you want some advice, Scott, leave him tops. Because when he's on form, there aren't many people at this level better than him.
And Jim McEwen tends to go through these phases where he's banging form, and there may be other phases where his game just tails off a little bit. He had a superb spell during the middle of last year where he rattled off titles in the Isle of Man and places like that. He looked like he was threatening another weekly win here.
100.
2026 so far hasn't quite kicked off maybe the way he would have wanted to. But this is a chance to really galvanise his scene, and maybe being paired with someone like Scott Campbell, who seemingly wins
60.
something tangible every single year. Whatever the system may be, it might be a challenge tour, it might be here, it could be something in the WDF, for example. He'll always win something in a season. That might just be the fillip that he needs just to
57.
give him a bit of a boost as we head into these crucial months of May and June, where league tables become established, where players are going to be fighting for spots maybe on the tour come next
41.
year, whether they'll be fighting for places at Lakeside come the end of the year. These next few months, they really do establish the order on the amateur circuit.
Yeah, change of flights here for
140.
Jim McEwen as well. He's gone from the translucent ones to the flights that actually match the shirt.
You're saying he's
45.
come colour coordinated.
Scotland require
yeah, absolutely.
147.
Plenty of time on the side here. That's a nice switch. That'll
77.
do very nicely. That gives McEwen options. And you know for a fact he's going to go for 10s because he wants to leave tops.
100.
And he doesn't have a very
Scotland
steep angle of
require
attack.
70.
So he's not going to block tops with a single 20.
$30.
He doesn't even move when he does block it a little bit with the higher single. That's how comfortable he is with that double.
There's a chasmless difference between the pair in this game. Scotland have just been able to kind of keep pace at as much
Scotland require 40.
time as they possibly want. Double 10 for Campbell to double the lead. Double 10 got.
Game shot and the
Scotland
second
2-0 to the goods.
Scotland.
And so far this game has been one-way traffic.
Third leg, it's Kenya to throw first. Game on.
You and I think that this almost new trend of Kenyan dart players coming through
140.
is brand new. Well, I've got some news for you, everyone. It isn't. Because there are some records dating way back to the late 80s of Kenyan players playing, say, in a
60.
WDF World Cup. I defy anybody who knows much about Kenyan darts from the 80s and 90s. But there are records that state they had wins in World Cup singles. And that's not just the men, that's the women too. In fact, the first record that we
60.
have of a Kenyan player winning a World Cup match was back in October of 1989. Michael Muchurm beat Robert Steve Davies of Hong Kong by 4 legs to 2. That was 37 years ago. So maybe this has been going on a lot longer than we think.
60.
And just to give you an indication as to how long some people have been sticking around this sport, Michael Muchurm in the next round would play somebody from Singapore
97.
named Harith Lim. Not Paul Lim, Harith Lim. The man who's played for Singapore at the PDC World Cup many times with the great Paul Lim.
100. Kenya require 90.
Some great players over the years have played some Kenyans. We'll give you a few more of those stats throughout the day. But this is double 18.
72.
Which sure he will come back for double 9.
Well, this leg, the antithesis of the first two, where Scotland have just taken their foot off the gas a little bit, and Kenya, as a consequence, has been able to get themselves back into the game. But they'll only truly get themselves back in the
100.
contest if they can
Kenya
get something
require
on the board.
18.
Peter Vachuri's got 3 more double 9 to do exactly that. Awkward, probably a small portion of the top corners. All he can see, that has nestled the wire, but
Scotland
not
require
found a way through.
121.
Gave that every chance. McEwen looks at the bull for the double break.
96.
That would have been a 3-0 Scotland lead.
Kenya require
This
18.
is not an easy double. Right-handers don't tend to like double 9. So leave double 2 instead.
No score.
And that busts the score. And that's what we're talking about
Scotland
when it comes to the
required
erratic
25.
nature of Munya.
Does Captain Campbell step up to the plate?
17.
Knows the answer. Now, Scotland were involved in a
Kenya
squiffy leg
require
against
18.
Wales and the midway point of their game at the beginning of the session. Are they getting embroiled into another missed double-a-thon?
I bet Wachuri's never heard the word squiffy before. Other side, Peter.
Game
That is a
shot
lovely
on the
dart.
third
My
leg
word, that's
to
impressive.
Kenya.
Back to 2-1, keeping Scotland honest. And the break that the Scottish
Fourth
pair
leg, it's
got in the
Scotland to throw
opener
first. Game on.
now needs to be cashed in.
I just want to give you one more slice of information about Kenyan darts from years back.
140.
I want to touch on the World Cup singles from 1991. The year that Dennis Priestley became world champion. Very, very famous year. But at the World Cup that year,
100.
John Nyingi Macharia lost by 4 legs to 2 to who? Think to yourself, back then, who would have been playing World Cup darts for their country? I'm
134.
going to give you a clue. That person played for Wales. Who would it have been in 1991?
58.
There's 2 players that spring to mind, and because you give me that look, you're going to say Richie Burnett.
Actually, Richie played for Wales around 1988, and he didn't play again for them for a
45.
few years later after a car accident. So it wasn't Richie Burnett.
Martin Phillips.
That is an excellent guess. But it was Leighton Rees,
97.
the first ever world champion.
Great nugget of information, that, Nico.
I'm going to have to do some
78.
digging here, Mr. Deacon. There's some great stuff on Kenyan darts from the World Cup back in the 1990s. Some great fixtures. Some great opponents.
95. Scotland
Scotland have had their fair share of
104.
success as a nation and with their individuals as well. Now what? With his opponent in the background, go for the 20s and leave the tops. This is what it's all about.
64.
He was originally going to go for
Kenya
the 16s
require
there.
151.
But because of McEwen, go for the 20s.
They've learned about David that on these types of finishes, he tends to go down first and then work his way up a
57.
little bit later.
Scotland
And
require
able to take
40.
out the 151. And so McEwen looking at trusty tops. Tops is
Game
very
shot
trusty.
on the 4th leg.
And
to
Scotland looking rather comfortable now. The 2-leg cushion restored. 1 away
5th
from
leg,
getting
it's
their
Kenya
first
to throw
win
first.
on the board. Kenya did win
Game on.
against Belgium in their opening game. So a victory here for the Scottish pair would mean that Burnett and Parry would be at the top on 4. You then have Scotland, Northern Ireland and Kenya on 2 points. And then the winner of our next game between the Republic of Ireland and Belgium will join that
121.
gaggle of teams with a win and defeat so far in the session.
$81.
I don't think many people thought that Kenya would get off to a winning start today against the Belgians. That was an upset. But if they were to win from this position,
180.
this would be a bigger upset.
Well, they've given themselves every chance of winning this leg. And because they're on throw in this contest, it's actually a little bit easier because they only need to break once to win the game. I know easier said on paper
60.
than actually executed in the end. But theoretically, their chances of coming back from 3-1 down are easier in this circumstance than it would be, say, in their last game where they were against the throw against Team
100.
Belgium.
$20.
That is not going to help Scotland.
Kenya require 100.
Even when you do get a big lead, there's no guarantee you're going to get darts to win the match, because the Kenyans are coming.
90.
But they're cornered. Here they come. Needs another 60 to leave a finish.
140.
Comes up one short.
Kenya require 10.
If anybody's going to hit double five out of these two Kenyans, it's going to be this guy because of his angle of attack.
8.
So Wachuri puts Munya in double five corner, and he's returned the favour by putting Wachuri into double one, which he cannot get out of now.
Yeah, this leg isn't over, particularly if Campbell can find another treble.
100.
Even just on a ton.
Kenya require
This leg
2.
is still open for interpretation. 1 up. 2 up. And the angle's awkward because the flight's in the way of the target.
No
Shot
score.
slow. And do you know what? I fancy this,
Scotland
Nico.
require
I really do
100.
fancy this.
Wachuri knows all about being done by a Scotsman in a final on this stage. He lost to Campbell in a weekly final. But McEwen can't make him pay for misses in the
60.
madhouse.
However, there'll be a little bit of Scott
Kenya
Campbell in the
require
background, I
2.
think. I fancy my chance of coming back to the board just because of the jeopardy that double one has.
Game shot on the 5th
But
leg
David
to
gets it
Kenya.
and lets out a bit of an emotion there. And so the Scottish pair being forced to serve this
6th
game
leg,
out.
It's Scotland to throw first. Game on.
If you weren't tuning in to International Pairs 2, then you missed a 9-darter attempt from Sweden when they could have made history with a 9-darter, of course.
180.
But they could have hit it with 3 bulls at the end. And Scotland could still have a 9-darter in this leg.
100.
Yeah, Andreas Hansen and Anton Ersland. The first 3 darts going in the treble 20, the second 3 going in the treble 19, and the last 3 going in the balls. There's 1 dart away from doing it. McEwen unable to oblige with dart 5 of this particular attempt.
So notice how Campbell in the background there, after 4 perfect darts, did not flinch when McEwen missed dart 5, because he's more worried about getting the leg and the victory than getting a 9-darter.
100.
That's good captaincy. That's someone who knows the big picture. Here he goes again. He's got form for stuff like this.
He just knows when to turn it on at the right time, doesn't he, Scott Campbell?
47.
Just knows when it's the right
Scotland
time to put the
require
foot on the
81.
throttle. And now Scotland really steering clear of their Kenyan opponents. Doesn't have to chase the bullseye here. We'll look at the treble 10 to leave double 16 to wrap it up.
Game.
And to get
shot.
Scotland on
And
the
the
board
match
at this year's
to
international
Scotland.
pairs. They get the better of Kenya by 4 legs to 2. A game which they dominated throughout. Had to survive a few scares in there, but job very much done for the pair of McEwen and Campbell. That the tail of the tape. As you can see, they just had too much, did Scotland, in that game. Coming up next, the defending champions, the Republic of Ireland, looking to get their first win on the board. They take on Belgium next. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Scotland get the better of Kenya by 4 legs to 2. Game 6, a meeting between the defending champions, the Republic of Ireland and Belgium. These two looking to get their first wins on the board. The Republic lost out 4-2 to Northern Ireland in their opener, whilst Belgium, well, they tried to defy a 3-1 deficit against Kenya. Andy Barters with back-to-back checkouts of 101 and 160 to take the game all the way to a last leg decider. But Kenya just having a bit too much in the end to win by 4 legs to 3.
First
so,
leg, it's
come
Ireland
the end
to
of it,
throw
we will
first.
see
Game on.
4 teams guaranteed to be on 2 points after 2 games. The loser will be the only side yet to pick up a point so far in this year's tournament.
81.
It feels somewhat harsh that the loser of this game is going to be bottom of the table, but that's the fair thing about darts. It's either in or it's not. There's no maybe.
67.
To quote Roy Keane last night after the Manchester City against Arsenal Premier League game, what do you want, accolades or points?
100.
I think you'd rather have the points.
I'd rather have the accolade of Premier League winner.
99.
Depends how you look at it. You think about John's career, the man in glasses right now.
28.
When you consider where his career was, let's say 15 years ago, I think he's done very well for himself.
84.
He's had a good crack at the PDC Tour. It didn't work out. World Master, that is the biggest thing he's probably ever going to do in the sport.
100.
But maybe what's a little bit bigger than that is what he's done for Irish darts. Because look how strong it is.
96.
Again. Keane Barry, brilliant. William O'Connor going to the match play for the first time this year.
44.
He's had an
Belgium
effect on a
require
lot of people.
155.
Is this another biggie from Bartons? Needed the treble to leave himself the subsequent double.
89.
And so
Ireland
Ireland back
require
here.
148.
Heenahan looking at 148 to hang on to his throw in the opener.
It's
a great visit.
Belgium
have a
66.
chance. Double 16.
Game shot.
And that was
on the first
pinpoint.
leg
He
to
threw
Belgium.
everything at that. It was never going to be short.
So
Second
Belgium
leg, it's
break.
Belgium to throw first. Game on.
And there's a Belgian between 2 Irishmen. There's a joke about them walking into a bar somewhere, isn't there?
I'm not sure about
60.
that. But what I am sure of is that you tend to find that in pairs you have traffic. It's like merging on the freeway or the motorway.
44.
You want to make sure that you slot in there in the right spot. So what Brian's done there through experience is making sure that he doesn't have to shuffle to the oche
60.
when it's his turn. He's put himself in between the players because he knows he's going to be following John O'Shea.
100.
There you can see it again. It's like a constant circle. Place yourself at the back of the stage behind the person you will follow.
40.
How did you do it? Because you've always been a player when you were playing the top level, they're all about due process and about trying to replicate everything. So what was it like when you had that
60.
element of having actually 3 more darts each because you're only coming once every other turn? What was that like? How did you find that dynamic?
I did play a bit of pairs when I was younger.
81.
And I got used to that. I had some great pairs partners. I was very fortunate. Sean Gibbs in Australia, in particular, he was fantastic. Gordon Dobie, Chris Dobie's father, he taught me how to play pairs, actually. But at the top level with Simon Whitlock, it was always about finding your little zones of comfort on the stage. You don't have a great deal
60.
of space to breathe, and you don't want to give anything away to your opponents. You don't want them to feel how nervous you are, but you want them to feel how positive you are. It's actually a whole lot harder to play pairs because there's less places to hide.
49.
And as we've mentioned
Ireland
before in
require
the past, it
76.
isn't the biggest of stages. So there's not many places where you can go. It's not like Ali Pali where you could traverse halfway up a town and hide away. As Heenahan looks at tops.
56.
Oof, flicks off the flight.
Belgium require 151.
Shouldn't have been anywhere near it. Blue flights seem to be the call of the day.
98.
Quite a few players have got
Ireland
them.
require 20.
2 10s. To break back and square up. Awkward. Has to shuffle across.
He's better going high than left. Oh my, how has that gone in there?
Game shot.
That was not where you were aiming, was it,
Ireland.
John? Be honest. Be honest. You were going for high, weren't you, John?
Third leg, it's Ireland
You
to throw
cheeky
first.
peach.
Game on.
Well, that's where dart 1 kind of worked as a nice marker. As it just kicked off the barrel and just about snuck into the
58.
bottom of the bed.
Maybe
96.
it's the look of the Irish. Make no mistake, they do not want to hand this trophy back this week. Speak to any major champion in sport. Do you think they want to give the
100.
trophy back? Absolutely not. Brian Harmon of the United States, when he had to hand the Open trophy back, said it was the hardest thing he's
58.
ever done in golf. He didn't want to let it go.
And we know the pride that particularly John O'Shea had to represent his country. We also know that
55.
Conor Heenahan is a very proud Irishman too. They're going to fight tooth and nail to try and retain this.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And you know the story behind when John O'Shea had the World
60.
Masters trophy. He didn't want to hand it back. In fact, he was given no choice.
60. $140.
Decent like this on the Belgians, forcing the issue of the Irish throw.
118. Belgium require 147.
Oh, it's such a good dart. When you hit the middle of the 60 like that, you
107.
really do feel like
Ireland
you're going to
require
take that shot out.
110.
This shot, however, is slightly trickier. Especially if you go that way.
47. Belgium require 40.
So this for Belgian break. In fact, it means each of the opening 3 legs in this contest have gone against throw.
20.
But Roman has missed 3 at tops, and this an
Ireland
opening for
require
Ireland
63.
to finally establish control in this contest.
Double 16 for O'Shea.
31.
He's disgusted.
Belgium require 20.
Now this is going to have to go through the posts. And
Game
somehow,
shot in the third
Andy
leg
Bartons
to
has found
Belgium.
that in pretty much the same hole as John O'Shea found double 10 in the previous leg.
What is it about
leg,
that
it's Belgium to
target
throw
and seemingly
first.
impossible
Game on.
shots that players are seemingly finding today? Second time in as many legs. And Belgium in front
100.
again, having broken again. And this time they're looking to establish a 2-leg buffer.
I wonder what language the Belgians are
46.
communicating in this week. Because it is a small country of numerous languages. Flemish, French, Dutch.
140.
Knowing some of the Belgian players that we do, who we've had here at the Modus Super Series in the past, they usually speak all 3.
95.
And in the case of Brian, speaks English impeccably.
Speaks better English than most of us.
140.
And his English is okay. It's very passable. It's better than my Flemish, let's put it that way.
140.
Folk are very
Belgium require
lazy in terms of not learning other
121.
languages. Anyway, Barton's leaving a man 1-2-1. And
89.
he's going to leave his partner on 32 when he comes back.
Which is okay with Andy, that's for sure.
75. Belgium require
The
32.
defending champions could be in early trouble here.
16.
They've still got a get-out clause.
Ireland require 145.
But it's a very tall task for John O'Shea.
45.
Well, they trailed 3-1 in their opener to Belgium. They're looking to lead 3-1 here. If the Riddler can solve the puzzle on double eight, but if anything, he got further away. And so this, for the fourth consecutive break in this game.
Just keep it straight. Well, that dart is mystifying because it's neither near tops or the 60.
There may have also been a case of stayed there because dart one looked so inviting as Belgium go 3-1 to the good. Barton's pinning the double eight.
Fifth leg, it's Ireland to throw first. Game on.
Well, the title defence is not going to plan.
Not yet. We have seen individuals and teams in the past have slow starts, but then when it comes to later in the week, they can find another gear, which Ireland will have to do here. Otherwise, they will be bottom of the table after a couple of rounds of play. What do you think is the most famous thing about Ireland?
Has to be Guinness.
I would agree with that. And what a lot of people don't know is that company is not just about the black stuff. They have an incredible footprint when it comes to property all over the world. In fact, you can go to Bermondsey in London, and the Guinness Trust has actually got properties just outside of London Bridge.
125.
Well, the most famous thing about Belgium is definitely waffles. And their custard eclairs, which are rather good.
100. Belgium require 142.
Well, the purveyors of the custard eclair are streaking clear by the looks of it.
118. Ireland require 160.
Oh, it's a shame. He needs to find something stout here, but the 160 isn't going to go. And so Belgium looking to get their first win on the board.
Belgium required
and the
24.
responsibility falls to Andy Bartons on double 12 to get over the line. Now double 6. One left. Gets it.
Shot.
Never going to miss.
To Belgium.
And Belgium are on the board. They get the better of the Republic of Ireland by 4 legs to 1. And it means that the defending champions are the only side yet to win so far on this Monday morning. Next up, Wales take on Kenya. 6 games down on this Monday morning, and this is what we've watched so far. The defending champions Ireland have lost each of their opening 2 matches. The only team not to get on the board as of yet. So far, so good. If you are Richie Burnett and Kurt Parry, Team Wales, the only team who won both of their matches thus far. A 4-3 win over Scotland, a 4-1 win over Northern Ireland means that they are setting the pace at the top of the table. They're on 4 points. Belgium, Scotland, Kenya and Northern Ireland all on 2. With the Republic, the only team yet to pick up a victory as of yet. And Wales can temporarily open up a 4-point lead at the top of the table. If they were to get the better of the Kenyan pairing of Munya and Rachuri in Game 7, we head towards the midway point of the morning here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We're here on Pluto TV. And don't forget, if you are on the move throughout the course of the day, you can download the Pluto TV app. It is available on the Apple App Store or Google Play. Wherever you get your apps from, you can tune in on your smartphone and your smart device on the move anywhere in the world. And so, Wales and Kenya going head-to-head in this middle match of the session. For the Welsh pair, Burnett and Parry, they haven't actually played anywhere near their best as of yet, but what they have been able to do is get the job done with as much efficiency as possible.
To throw first.
Yes, that's a very fair statement. And it would be very good for the Welsh if they can bag a 3rd win ahead of what has got to be the fixture of the day. Because in match number 11, they will take on the Irish in a rematch of last time's final. And just imagine if Ireland are not off the mark by then and Wales are perfect. Talk about bragging rights.
Though I'm sure John and Connor will tell you that it's okay doing well on day one. It's about the end result come Saturday evening, because they weren't the most convincing in terms of getting through their group last time out. The Republic of Ireland really switched it on the Saturday. Particularly, Conor Heenahan looked like a man possessed when it got through to the finals of that particular competition.
41.
Yeah, I don't think we should judge the Irish too much yet, because this is their first time in Group A. They are the ever-present nation.
59.
But in the first competition, they were in Group B and came second to Wales. Wales themselves, their record in Group A from the last 2 international pairs competitions,
62.
They came 3rd in the first one, and then they came 4th in the next one. So they've played in every group that we have. They've played Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. They've also played night session Thursday, Friday, and day session Thursday, Friday. So as for getting through a different way, the only one left is to win Group A.
45. Kenya require
which they should have done in the first edition anyway. Barring Scotland's miraculous comeback. There's not going to be a miraculous comeback in this leg, 99. Is there?
99.
Well, it's going to have to rely on Peter Achuri missing another 3 in hand at 10 and derivatives. And Richie Burnett leaving something handy for Kurt Parry.
60.
Which is not on the cards. And so
Kenya require 20.
Kenya an opening break.
Not really sure what Richie was doing from 266.
Game shot.
It didn't make any
and
difference.
The first leg to Kenya.
But if that happens for Richie later on, I would assume there might be a conference in the practice room about how to leave a finish. Now, it shouldn't be the case for someone of Richie's experience. But what we can say, because we have darts yet 50 weeks a year, the younger crop of players know more about approaching finishes than the older group. It's as simple as that. Steve Beaton's going to be here later in the week with Fallon Sherrick for England.
96.
Steve's an incredible player and has been for more than 30 years. But unfortunately, his approach work is maybe not as sharp as a Brian Roman.
60.
A lot younger and a lot more innovation to leave numbers that you can take out with 3 darts.
Well, they come from a generation of players where they just say, right, score as heavy as I can, leave myself on a finish as quickly as I can. And anything else that happens, happens. Now, it should be 18s first on the 305 when Kurt Parry comes back to give himself the best opportunity of leaving a finish.
57.
Well, Richie Burnett would not go for 18s first. And Kurt is following suit.
If you're watching
80.
for the first time, you're getting inspired. Do not do that on 305. Do not do that.
The only reason that you can do that is because you've got a sizable lead. But the thing is, it didn't last very long. It lasted 10 seconds.
$100.
Well, that's what Richie Burnett should have gone for, but decided against.
He's going to try and go for the Mickey Hunter Buckner shot. 125.
81. Wales require
Mickey Hunter Buckner,
125.
former semi-finalist at Lakeside, who at the weekend was on 125 against Michael Van Gerwen and proceeded to hit 2 bulls with his first 2 darts.
Can you
can't take out 25 with 1. And you can't take out 145 with a 1.
And so Burnett
81.
back to level this game up at 1 apiece.
Wales
Kurt Parry's getting
require
just a little
40.
bit frustrated in the background here. Wales not at their fluid best.
No
And they
score.
might be 2-0 down as a result.
Kenya require 64.
And Munya has taken out some nice combinations today. He had a lovely 78 to win his match against Belgium. Double 16.
48.
That was very, very close.
Wales require 40.
Tops for Parry for parity.
No score.
Does not go. They've missed a fair few darts
Kenya
at the double
require
today, Wales.
16.
They were 4 from 11 in their last game and were 4 from 16 in their opener. They've had to rely on teams missing.
Game
But
shot.
Rituri's up to the task eventually. It's not conventional at all, but 2-0 Kenya are to the good.
Third leg, it's Wales to throw first. Game on.
I've had this opinion of Peter Wituri for a while. I think he's better than people think, you know.
140.
You mentioned at the top of the show that he made an international qualifying final for the PDC World Championship. He only just missed out to Cameron Carolison, who is arguably the best player in Africa.
Not arguably, he is.
I'm glad you said that because I actually do believe that. But he did have a shot at double 17 to win that qualifier.
59.
And if you're going toe-to-toe with Carolison, you can play this game. I'm
81.
not going to say that single-handedly he's put Kenyan darts on the map. But he's probably done more for Kenyan darts in the last
45.
50 years than anybody.
It's all about leaving an imprint. And I think for players like Peter and David, what he's done at the Ali Pali, whatever they do from this point onwards, they've left a
134.
legacy for the next generation.
Everything's got to start somewhere, right? And when you're talking about legacy in Welsh darts, the mid-70s, it was all about Leighton Rees
59.
and Alan Evans. 2 incredible characters, 2 very different people, actually. But they were brilliant for their country for many years. They were brilliant for themselves as well.
84.
But the legacy they started for Wales, it's still going on.
140. Kenya require 102.
102 for Kenya to go 3-0 to the good. Double 16
70.
doesn't go. And so Wales back for 58
Wales require
to
58.
half the deficit to get themselves back into this contest.
Just can't keep missing doubles.
Game shot.
Very
on
well
the third
done,
leg
Mr.
to
Burnett.
Wales.
Gets his first double of this contest.
Fourth leg, it's Kenya to throw
There
first.
are still people, Henry,
Game on.
who meet Richie for the first time and they are starstruck by this man. He's a genuine darting icon.
137.
You never forget the first time you ever meet him as well. You never forget it. I met him first time in 2001. It was at Trentham Gardens in Stoke. He was winning the BDO Gold Cup. And he was still doing that celebration that he's famous for. What a day that was. That room was full
40
of superstars. John Boy Walton, Richie Burnett, Mervyn King, Sean Greatbatch, Wolfie. They were all there.
$43.
And he's the life and soul of any room that you're a part of. I tell you now, he's going to be telling all the stories in that practice room.
41.
Kurt will be telling him, come on, pal, we need to go practice. No. There was this one time back in the 1990s.
I thought you were going to say band camp. I can say categorically that Richie Burnett has never been to band camp.
Probably never seen American Pie, to be honest.
Oh, this should be at least 100.
140.
It's almost as if we know his game.
Ken, you've got to be careful here. Wales were poor in the first two legs. Let's get that right. But they're just
45.
beginning to find something. They're
Wales
just beginning to hit a little bit bigger
118.
than their opponents. Maturian Manure, got to be careful of that. And they've got to be careful of this counter-attack.
99.
As Parry misses double 19 for the 118.
143.
There goes that try. Kenya were the best team in the first couple of legs, but
68.
they're about to be caught by the looks of
Wales
it.
require 19.
To rein them in.
Game shot and the fourth
Rein him
leg
in, he does.
to Wales.
Level we are, 2-2.
Do you know why that shot is underused?
Fifth leg, it's Wales to throw first. Game
It
on.
doesn't take a great deal of explaining. If you've got 19 left and you want to leave a good double,
55.
if you go for a single three and you miss it either side, you bust the score. Well, you don't with 17, but you'd be cornered a bit. But your margin for error
140.
based on weight of dart is greater if you go for an 11. Because if you go low into the 8, you can still go 1-1-1. It just makes sense.
93.
Should have done that when I was left on it to go 3-1 up in the local open last week. Before they're getting embarrassed by Sam Mulliner.
95.
That was a low day for me.
Kurt Parry is starting to
85.
look a little bit switched on now. Almost galvanised by his team taking the last two legs.
137.
It's a very cool shirt they're wearing today. It's probably the most Welsh thing you'll see today. You've got the red, the black, the green, a little bit of white, the W that you see on the
70.
shirt of Burnett. That is an homage to the 1995 shirt that he won
129.
the World Championship with.
It's almost become his own insignia, hasn't it?
He doesn't even own that shirt.
87.
Somebody else has got it. He really should have that shirt in his possession. I think that's something he should own.
138.
But in the
Kenya
design
require
as well,
42.
you've got a lot to do with Welsh heritage. Double 16.
Game
And
shot
Kenya take
and
the lead
fifth
again.
leg to Kenya.
Really good response that from Kenya. 14 darter. They were pegged back level from 2-0 up in the contest, and it could have
Sixth
so
leg, it's
easily have
Kenya to
swung
throw
against
first.
them, and Wales
Game on.
taking the ascendancy. He certainly had the momentum in the game. But now Kenya again in front, and there's an opportunity for them to see this game out. And what a start this is.
121.
Forcing Parry here into a 2-treble turn of his own.
100.
Takes a brave man to go toe-to-toe with Kurt Parry in the scoring stakes. When he finds that treble 20,
55.
there are times when I've seen the treble 20 submit.
Well, no guesswork here for Burnett. He's always going to persevere on the treble 20, but there might be some working out to do here for the Kenyans if they can score heavy here.
I've just figured out why
98.
David Munya is following Richie Burnett. Now, David, by trade in Kenya, is a vet.
100.
And Richie Burnett has got this likelihood when he throws his third dot of kicking back. So David Munya knows a thing or two about things that kick back if you approach from behind.
42.
So he's keeping his distance.
However, there may be no difference between the pairs in a couple of moments' time. 6 darts here for Wales to take us all the way to a last leg decider.
100.
Good last dart, that. Leaving Parry on a 2-darter after 12.
It all comes down to this.
Wales require 80.
Do we have a winner? Or do we have another leg?
Kurt Parry's made a meal of that. And
Kenya
he's given
require
Kenya
85.
a gilt-edged chance to win this game. Might just be a dart at the bull. The treble 16's got. And so to win this game for Kenya, it's double 9.
67.
Unable to get.
Wales require 50.
Yeah, unfortunately, for the man known as the King of Kenya, that was a bad dart.
Game
That's a
shot
good one.
and the 6th leg.
Wales
to
undefeated
Wales.
and not beaten in this one yet.
7th and final leg. It's Wales to throw first. Game on.
We go all the way. Kurt Parry to get us underway.
I
60.
don't know a nation in darts that uses flag flights more than Wales. We have in the past seen Peter Wachuri play with Kenyan flags as flights.
123.
But considering how many players we see month in, month out, it's astonishing to me just how many Welsh players still play
85.
with their flag on there. I think it's great. As the game goes on, you might see that Burnett's reaction it almost looks like he's being electric shocked when he throws some of the darts. It's something he can't
45.
control. But it does, as the game goes on, it becomes more violent.
Big second dart there. Big third dart. Kenya in control. Burnett here needs to find a 140. Simple as that. That's a minimum. Not going to find it.
41.
Well, hands up if anybody thought that Kenya were going to be 2 wins out of 3. Outsiders for the group. Might be joining Wales on 4 points.
117.
And leave themselves on double 18 when they come back to seal that 4-3 win. For
76.
Wales, it looks like their unbeaten start is about to come to an end.
Kenya require 36.
It's David Munya who steps up. 6 darts in hand for the Kenyans to get over the line.
No score.
They weren't close. That might provide Wales with a little bit of hope. Just imagine if they were to get out of this with a win. Unfortunately,
60.
the right shot there was the bull. 25 would have left.
36.
129, which is easier than 134.
So Wachuri to wrap it up. He's already found double 9 once or twice today, but he's not going to find it there. As Kurt Parry got a
28.
moment of defiance in the locker.
Wales require 134.
They need a spot. They need something special. Is he going to find the 134? He's unable to get the first of 2 tops that he
74.
needed. And so Kenya back for 3 more at double 4.
Kenya require 8.
They can't stumble again.
Game.
And they don't
shot.
stumble again.
And the match.
Kenya
to
get
Kenya.
their second victory of the day. And both were finished off by David Munya. They're having fun up there. And who thought they were outsiders? Everybody. But they might not be, because Kenya beat Wales by 4 legs to 3.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where it is International Pairs Week. And before the break, we saw the league leaders Wales beaten for the first time 4-3 against Kenya. So they stay on 4 points. Kenya move on to 4 points. And the winner of this game will also find themselves on 4 points, meaning that there will be a guaranteed three-way tie at the top of the table. It's Northern Ireland up against Belgium. These two have met before in the international pairs, and the last time they did, it was a decider, an eliminator match to see who would make it through to the Saturday night. It went all the way to a last leg decider where Belgium pipped Northern Ireland to the post in a game where you really did see international rivalry come up
First
to
leg
the boil.
is Northern Ireland to throw first.
Brian, a man who
Game
produced
on.
the magic on that occasion, but who's going to come out on top today?
First of 3 meetings minimum.
140.
What we saw from last week's Champions Week in Series 13
140.
is that you can meet many, many times. We actually had a fixture last week that happened 6 times. The maximum is
100.
7. You'd have to play 3 times in Group A, twice in a secondary group.
96.
So that could be Group C or Group B. And then there's a possibility of playing twice on a Saturday night if you're in the same group again.
60.
The way that happens is you'd have to finish second and third in Group A, because then you go to Group
57.
B, and then you'd have to finish first and third in Group B so that you're in the same group on a Saturday night. It's quite complicated, but it has happened before. In fact, the last time I remember was Charlie Manby
60.
and Adam Gavlas. And the final game of the week, it saw Adam Gavlas beat the eventual
134.
Series 12 champion Manby.
Northern Ireland require 141.
Yeah, don't speak to Charlie about that one. Didn't end too well for him. Well, the left
93.
Richie McKee handy
Belgium
enough if
requires
Belgium cannot
74.
convert this 74. Triple 14 leaves double 16.
Game
And that
shot
double
on the first
16
leg
gives Andy
to
Barnes the
Belgium.
lead. 14 dart breaker throw that. Really good start from the Belgian pair.
Second leg, it's Belgium to throw first.
For
Game
you,
on.
Henry, who looks the most likely so far?
These two, the Belgians. I know they lost their first game against Kenya, but
140.
there's something about them. I don't know what it is, but there's something about them that's just clicking. And we said that it could go one or two ways with this pair, because we know what both players are like, and particularly we
60.
know how passionate they are. That can go in one or two directions. It can either spur you on, inspire you to play some good stuff, or it can go counterintuitively where you try too hard. There's no sign of that whatsoever.
180.
They look in fine fettle, this pair.
Yeah, they really do. And no disrespect to Zanti Vandenberg, because he's played some pretty decent stuff here.
100.
But it really does feel like Brian has traded up here.
Former world champion. In fact, this pair, you have a former WDF world number 1 in Brian Mann and a former WDF world champion in Andy Bartons.
125.
Anything that Brian does is not by
Belgium
accident.
require 46.
Everything's got a purpose.
Game shot and the
If
second
you think the
leg
first leg was
to
good,
Belgium.
that one was better.
120.24 the Belgian average right now.
Third leg, it's
14
Northern
followed
Ireland
up
to
by an
throw
11.
first. Game on.
This is dominant so far from the Belgian pairing.
Who do you think enjoyed Andy Barton's making the quarterfinals of the Belgian Darts Open last
100.
month more? Was it Andy? Or was it Brian, knowing that Andy was in form?
And Brian had the best seat in the house because he was
100.
commentating on those games.
It's a very, very buoyant circuit in Belgium. They get a lot of interest.
60.
They've had a foothold in this sport for a very long time with Leo Lawrence and Eric Claris. Many other players, but
57.
that's been renewed in the last 15 years from the Huybrecht brothers. In particular, Dimitri Vandenberg
60.
and these two. There are others, People like Mario van der Behara, an impossibly nice guy, incredibly good dart player as well. And Mike de Decker, the World Grand Prix champion from 2 years ago, who is currently the Belgian #1.
Well, a couple of poor visits has kind of put paid to the stat I wanted to bring up next, and that's the
60.
record average in a pairs game on TV. 118.1. Krzysztof Ratajski and Krzysztof Kachuk.
58.
In a 4-1 win over Darius Labanauskas and Mindauskas Barauskas of Lithuania. You're on the top list, Nico, by the way. You and
100.
Simon Whitlock averaged 108.41 in a 3-1 win against John Part and Ken McNeil back in 2010.
Yeah, we give John and Kenny a bit of a tongue in that,
96. Northern Ireland require 121.
Great dart. He likes this route on 1-2-1. Does he like the ball?
96.
Maybe his opponent
90.
who's throwing now might like it even more. 5s.
80.
That 5 is too high.
Northern Ireland require 25.
Well, opportunities have come at a premium for Northern Ireland in this game so
Game
far.
shot and
the
the third
double 8
leg.
found for Neil
Northern
Dove back
Ireland.
to 2-1, just posing the question of the Belgian pair.
Fourth leg, it's Belgium to throw
Barnes
first.
throwing to
Game on.
re-establish a 2-leg buffer, but they know if they're broken, this game could all of a sudden change course.
60.
It's a bit of a big pairs week in sport, in fact,
121.
Henry.
Yes?
This week, golfers will go to New Orleans in the United States. And they have their annual
46.
pairs competition in Louisiana, which has in the past been won by Northern Ireland indirectly, because it's not countries, it's just pairs.
100.
It was won by Shane Lowry and Rory McIlroy, the now two-time master.
Yeah, I won't talk about the each way I had on Shane Lowry going into
100.
the last round of the Masters.
Yeah, he shot 80 in the fourth round.
Yeah. There's been wiser decisions made in my life.
140.
Well, McKee being left with 140 to
58.
square this game back up
Northern
at 2
Ireland
apiece.
require
What is it about 2-0
140.
today? It seems like a poisoned chalice. Oh, that's a bad dart from Richard.
84.
He would have been so much better off had he just snuck into that small 20.
59. Northern Ireland require 56.
Well, at 2-0, this looked off the cards. But credit goes where credit's due. Northern
Game
Ireland just
shot
up
and
the
the
ante as
fourth
Belgium
leg.
have come off
Northern
the pace a little
Ireland.
bit. And the two imposters are meeting in the middle. And we're back on level terms at 2 apiece.
Fifth leg, it's Northern Ireland to throw first. Game on.
There's a poised and steely-eyed focus on the face of Neil Duff. I get the sense this is, of the 5 games that Northern Ireland played today,
95.
this is the one they want to win the most because of what happened last time out.
Oh, maybe there's water under the bridge. Things between Duff and Roman seemed
57.
rather cordial at the start. But throw in a little bit of adrenaline and a close match and things can change really quickly.
You must know what it's like to play somebody in the last game you
100.
played. Just leaves a bit of a sour taste in the mouth. And I can imagine you move heaven and earth to win the next one, Neil.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, my favourite story from that kind of thing was
140.
I was in great form. I lost to Mark Hilton by 6 legs to 0. And that one came out of nowhere. He played well.
49.
I played okay, just barely got a shot at a double. And I thought, that's not going to happen again. And the very next time I played him, which was about 2 years later, I remembered that and I said,
125.
he's not getting a leg today. And he didn't. The power of positive thinking.
100.
They have kissed and made up since.
I presume you're talking about Neil and Brian now.
99.
Yes.
Northern Ireland
Dunno, you
require
and Mark kissed and made up?
157.
Never had a bad word against Mark. Well, this is where the game could change.
137.
It's a beautiful approach from Neil.
Belgium require 80.
But Belgium could break.
60.
He can't edge the bottom of that double 10 again.
Northern Ireland require 20.
Well, this game has very quickly changed face. Belgium looked like they were bossing it at 2-0.
Game
and
shot
now they
on the
find
fifth
themselves
leg.
behind for the first
Northern
time in this
Ireland.
contest. McKee pinning the double 5 to put Northern Ireland 3-2 to the good.
He's got some new tungsten
Sixth
as
leg
well.
is Belgium to throw first.
When he was winning his
Game
week
on.
here at the Modus Super Series, McKee was using a bit of old tungsten. Now he's got the new tungsten.
100.
He's got a very intricate grip pattern on those darts as well, which doesn't look particularly sharp, which is good because it
41.
means as tough as tungsten is, it won't grind down as quick. Because when you're a good player, if you've got really sharp barrels,
55.
they can chip away. Whereas these ones, they're going to last for a very long time.
41. $45.
It's one of those games where Belgium just dropped off the boil enough for Northern Ireland to get a little bit of hope, and they've just upped the ante themselves.
140.
All of a sudden, I mentioned it in the previous game, but this match has changed face to some degree.
100.
Today it's proving very difficult to get a commanding victory.
30.
Think back to other pairs competitions that you may have watched.
105.
There have been big comebacks. You need two people to click to get a big victory, not just one. So if one person falls off,
99.
the other team
Belgium
could
require
sense a bit of
96.
weakness and make something happen. They're going to get their
56.
first shot to win this game now.
Northern Ireland require
It will be the biggest finish of the
150.
day, apart from the 160 from the Belgians.
Well, needed to hit everything there to give themselves a poke at the
44.
double.
Belgium require 40.
And so this double top
Game shot and the
takes
sixth
us all
leg
the way.
to Belgium.
And this, in our 8th game of the day, is our 4th last leg
Seventh
decider.
and final leg. It's Northern Ireland to throw first.
Certainly getting
Game
value
on.
for money. Well, you always get value for money because you don't have to pay a penny or a dime or a buck to watch Pluto TV.
100.
Stream now, pay never on the Pluto TV network of channels. And don't forget, there's over 250 channels that you can stream at your leisure on
100.
Pluto TV. And you don't even have to pay a penny for it.
$95. $80.
These are the best games where the match starts all come in the last leg.
119.
Oh, what was Duff doing there? He really should have been going for the bullseye with the last start.
Well, luckily for him,
45.
only a maxi for Belgium would have left them on a finish, so no damage really being done.
Yeah, that's probably what he was thinking. On Saturday night, he was on the same number and he went for 3 treble 19s and got them all.
95.
2 trebles needed here.
100.
Only the one.
Northern Ireland require 92.
Much to Brian O'Mann's aching disappointment, a rather audible disappointment. Stayed there because the live dart 1 was good.
42.
Are you positive about that? Because I think he was going for 12s. I really don't know what he was doing. He was halfway between 2 shots.
Any which way, it was a poor dart.
100. Northern Ireland require 50.
26 points between them. And one man gets a shot for the match. On double 15, he gets his second.
20.
And those misses could cost him the
Belgium
points.
requires 76.
Well, this has been a topsy-turvy game. Belgium started off strong. We're real back
58.
in. And now both teams have
Northern Ireland
mismatched
require
darts.
30.
And perhaps it's fitting that the captain of Northern Ireland steps up now to try and bail his country out of a hole. How does he find a way through?
No score.
He doesn't. That's a simple answer.
Yeah, that
Belgium
double doesn't
require
suit Neil at all.
18.
Oh,
No score.
my word.
Northern
That is
Ireland
missed
require
by
30.
almost half a foot.
Game, shot.
And Richard
the match.
McKee
Northern
finally keeps
Ireland.
his cool and finally wins that game for Northern Ireland. They get the better of Belgium by 4 legs to 3. The Belgians came flying out the traps. 11 of 14 in the opening couple of legs. For Northern Ireland took full advantage of then coming off the boil somewhat. They crossed the line by 4 legs to 3 to move on to 4 points in the group. Game number 9 of our session is a meeting between Scotland and the Republic of Ireland. Campbell and McEwen against Heenahan and O'Shea as we head towards the final match of the third round worth of fixtures. Before the break, Northern Ireland got the better of Belgium by 4 legs to 3. That means that we now have a 3-way tie on 4 points at the top of the table. A win here for the Scottish pair, Campbell and McEwen, mean that 14 to be on 4 points going into round 4 of the day. Whilst the Republic of Ireland are the last team yet to get off the mark so far, they can do so with a win here. That was after Wales lost out to Kenya in the first game of this round of fixtures. It could lead to the table looking rather congelated going into the final couple of
Scotland to
rounds worth of games on this Monday. It's Campbell to get us started. And Campbell, who's really stepped up to the plate as Scottish captain so far today, Nico.
57.
I think he's getting used to that role. A bit like former Scotland captains of the past, people like Ross Montgomery and Mike Veach.
180.
But then again, John O'Shea knows a thing or two about captaining Ireland. Must be strange for Campbell to come into this week off the back of Scottish success.
59.
It just seems like the calendar has worked perfectly for him. Because over the weekend in Wales, his team did win the home
60.
internationals. And he could have, in the space of 9 days, double success for his country. It was pretty close in the end, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, England had their opportunity to win the men's competition.
134.
Lost out to Wales in the final game. And it went down to the final set, where Ewan Horshaw got the better of Lewis Gurney to win the title for Scotland. I know that'd be a big, bitter disappointment for the England team, who are looking to recapture that title.
England have had some
134.
big disappointments over the last few days. With
121.
Chaz Barstow just missing out on Champions Night. Bull.
87.
Just get the feeling that Ireland
Scotland
needs
require
something
117.
to happen over the course of about 5 minutes. Not just one shot. They need a cluster of something.
Chubba 19 leads tops, unable to get. Be interesting to see what John O'Shea does
61.
here with 34 left. Does it go straight for the double
Ireland
17, or does he decide to
34.
split? Straight
Game
four and
shot
straight
on
in.
the
And do you know
first
what? It
leg.
may just be something as simple as that might make the Irish pair feel a little bit better about themselves, because it could have been so easy for John to have gone in and
Second leg, it's
shot and said,
Ireland
you
to
know what,
throw
let's just play this
first.
pragmatically,
Game on.
play this safely, go for the 2 and the double 16. Went straight for it, straight in, and Ireland have got the break.
100.
When Ireland play Belgium this week, we're going to have to call that the Batman Derby.
140.
Because it's the Riddler up against the Joker.
Yes. It's not being played in Gotham, though.
Well, it wouldn't, because Gotham is fictional.
57.
We got Cosham, which is close enough.
If Batman starts walking around the local town of Cosham, then the game's gone.
60.
I think said comic book company would say, yeah, I don't think that quite fits our remit. But there will be a Joker wandering around Portsmouth over the week, and his name is
60.
John.
Well, they've not been able to marvel in any kind of success as of yet, this Irish duo.
Yeah, and DC was very close to glory last week, wasn't he? But not close enough for his liking. Well, Campbell loves a 180, doesn't he?
Well, success this week for the Irish isn't going to hinge on their performances on Monday.
47.
But they could find themselves in a
Scotland
bit of
require
trouble if they lose 3 out of 3
121.
as McEwen comes back to level things up for Scotland.
That's not the end of the world. 17s.
105.
He's done a really good job there. He's had 2 belter darts, as we would say here. And the one in the middle, it really doesn't matter anymore.
So 2 8s
85.
for parity.
Scotland requires 16.
2 8s for Campbell. Shovels across. Might be able to nest that off the barrel and in, although the flight's rather obscure. And he might be happy for the fact that he's got an open target here.
Game shot.
Double
in the
four, he
second
makes
leg
no mistake of.
to Scotland.
And we're back on terms. A break apiece, one apiece in this game.
Third leg, it's Scotland to throw first. Game on.
Earlier in the day, Henry, I talked to you and asked you what is the most famous thing about Ireland. What's the most famous thing about Scotland? In your mind? What have they given the world that the world is really grateful for?
John Henderson.
140.
You're such a hipster. We love John Henderson, the former World Senior Champion and the former PDC World Cup Champion. He's one of the nicest people in the world.
If you are watching, pal, hope you're well. We just
60.
love Hendo here. Former weekly winner on a couple of occasions. Played in a few Champions Weeks. Played in the first edition of this pairs tournament. Legend of a player and the most
60.
impossibly nice man you'll ever meet.
And one of the most beautiful countries on earth too. Stretching from Campbelltown in the southwest all the way to the Northern Isles of Shetland.
100.
Which is a spitting distance from Norway. And it's beautiful from there to there. It is a stunning country full of
100.
amazing people. And funnily enough, guess who lives in Scotland right now filming his latest venture? Russell Crowe. Somebody spotted him going to the local supermarket in Fort William last week. I bet you didn't expect to see that when you were going to get your loaf of bread.
140.
Was that the story of Balamory that...
You didn't know how to end that sentence, did you?
I didn't know, no. Shall I move on?
140.
Yes, let's move on.
Scotland require 101.
So 101 here to put Scotland in five. I've only seen a couple of Tub Plus checkouts today. The 101 and 160 bursts of Belgium in Game 3. We're not going to see one here from Campbell. And so John O'Shea comes back to the board to get what would be the
69.
third consecutive break at the beginning
Ireland
of this
require
contest.
61.
Double top.
41.
That was a big chance.
Scotland require 32.
That would have been for a break of throw as well. O'Shea could not unwrap the gift.
Double 8.
That might be very fortunate.
Game
Well, what a
shot
turn
in
of
the
events
third
that is,
leg
because
to
going on the
Scotland.
floor was the best thing that could have happened to that dart. It looked like it could have gone on the double 16.
Fourth leg,
And so
it's
for
Ireland
the
to throw
first time in this
first.
game, we see a
Game
hold
on.
and throw to Scotland hold. And as a consequence, they hold all the cards.
100.
And if it doesn't go well for Scotland in Group A, I'm sure with those shirts they could play for Queen's Park Rangers this weekend.
100.
Hey, don't mention them around here.
Okay, let's go down this route then. It looks like the away shirt of the Indianapolis Colts.
More like it.
125.
I get the sense that you look at players like Jim, John and Scott, they could play the game rather conventional. Whilst I just get the sense that Conor Heenan out of the four here, that the maverick in the pack.
Oh, he is. You've got three textbook players.
140.
And then Heenan, the youngest of the four, he's probably the most creative of the pack. You just question whether he's going to have
96.
the need to use it.
And it's probably at those points where John wants that genie out the bottle. Those moments where just getting a little bit scrappy, a little bit like what we're seeing now.
140.
Campbell fires in a 140, and this is where you want Hino to step up to the mark, find something similar, just get something going for his nation. But that's been a problem the last 6 months or so. Those drifts that have gone out wide to the left.
32.
He's got to work on that.
Scotland
He really
require
does.
81.
Scotland are in a good position. And it could get better if the bullseye is found.
44.
Not seen a great deal of good
Ireland
bullseye
require
shooting today.
148.
if we be perfectly honest, we've not seen much by way of good doubling today.
81.
There's been some performances that have been really good, such as the
37.
Kenyan doubling performance against Belgium, but other than that, it's...
Again, that sounds like a sequel,
40.
of which there were plenty. But this is not a scary proposition for Scotland. This is something that is making them smile.
85.
Although a lot of people tuning in for the first time to international pairs today might not know that Jim McEwen's nickname is Chucky. And his usual dart shirt
140.
has the terrifying character of said fictional porcelain doll, if that's what Chucky is.
58.
I think you've never seen that film, Henry.
No.
Yeah, if you want to sleep at night, you don't watch that. Just keep watching Jim McEwen play. You'll sleep soundly.
135.
Well, that has left his partner on 86 after 9 to wrap this up 4-1. They're really bursting towards the line. In fact, their average is tickling along the tongue mark.
100. Scotland require 86.
And they've got all the time and space that they want now, Team Scotland, to get this wrapped up 4-1. Doesn't have to chase the ball, has to glance over Ireland's score. And then makes a
70.
bit of a hoodoo. However, he'll take that.
It's happened again. Great first start. Terrible second one. Really good third one. And the last time he left Campbell on 8-8, that was the end of the leg. But this
40.
time, it could be the end of the
Scotland
match.
requires 16.
4 legs gives Scotland 4 points. And
Game,
gives us a
shot,
4-way
and a
tie
match
at the top of the
to
table.
Scotland.
It feels like this group is rather inseparable, but the problem that the Republic of Ireland, the defending champions, have is they're the team that's getting cut adrift. 3 defeats out of 3 for the defending champions. But what a performance that was from the Scottish pair, Campbell and McEwen, the best we've seen so far today. Averaging 95.5, the doubling decent enough. They win 4-1 to go joint top of the table. So 9 games down on this Monday morning. Before the break, Scotland got the better of the Republic of Ireland by 4 legs. Well, good performance there from Scotland, averaging just underneath the 95.5 mark. Prior to that, Northern Ireland got the better of Belgium by 4 legs to 3, whilst Kenya beat Wales 4-3. So that's how round 3 finished up here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Round 4 begins with a meeting between Northern Ireland and Kenya, both looking to make it on to 6 points, and the winner of this game will be top of the table, even if it's temporarily so. Scotland went to the top of the pile following their win before the break against the Republic of Ireland, the defending champions, to an 0-3 following the first few rounds worth of play. So it's Scotland at the top, from Wales in second, Kenya third, with Northern Ireland in 4th position, all on 4 points. The Belgian pair of Andy Bartons and Brian Amann on 2, and Ireland yet to get off the mark. A warm embrace between Neil Duff and Peter Wachuri at the back of the stage prior to this one getting underway.
First leg, it's
And
Kenya
it's going
to throw
to be
first.
Kenya to
Game
get
on.
things started. And David, near to start off proceedings. And it's fair to say the key to Kenya's day so far has
83.
been doing the right things at the right time. There's been some decent stuff in there, has to be said. A little bit of a ropey second game against the Scottish duo Scott Campbell and Jim McKeown. But
90.
other than that, I think there's a lot that Pete and David could be really pleased with as far as their opening exploits of the day are concerned. They find themselves third, as you can see there. Scotland leading the way with 4 points plus 4
125.
in terms of their legs difference. As for Northern Ireland in 4th position, only there because they've won 1 less leg than Kenya. It's felt like fits and
55.
starts so far. Good performance to begin things off. The scoring was excellent against the Republic, even if they missed 10 darts at a double. But those missed opportunities reared its
81.
ugly head again in their second game against Wales. And Parry and Burnett took full advantage of it. And then last time out, I think they'll be pleased with what they put in against the Belgians. They had to
100.
come back from 2-0 behind in that game. The Belgian pair of Bartons and Amann rattling off 25 darts to go 2-0 up in the contest. McKee and Duff rallied back
64.
to get over the line in 7. But it's the Kenyan pair first to finish in this opening leg. And they're going to get the luxury of a couple of
44.
visits to
Kenya require
take the early lead in this one.
148.
I think Kenya have surprised some people this morning by getting a couple of victories.
100.
And just imagine if they are the first team to 6 points. Imagine if they're leading overnight going into Tuesday. All of a sudden, people will be looking at them
140.
differently.
Kenya require 48.
I was saying, it's a lot of stuff that they could be happy about so far today,
Game
such
shot
as
in the
that.
first
The
leg.
combination
To Kenya.
finishing on point there from Peter Wachuri. Kenya strike the first blow in this game.
Second leg, it's Northern Ireland to throw first. Game on.
Has Peter Wachuri got the coolest belt in the sport?
I'll be honest, I don't particularly look at belts.
60.
It's not really a subject that comes up much. Michael van Gerwen's got a belt because he won the Champions
48.
League. And the trophy was a belt, which was somewhat an idea of former, well, current WWE wrestler Sheamus.
140.
That's a traditional trophy at the end of this week, which will be hoisted by both players come Saturday night.
There's only one other player that can
140.
say they've won a belt, and that player is Jared Cole. Do you remember when he won the then ADC Global belt when he beat Wayne Warren by 11 legs to
140.
2? Forever here's that belt. Now we've got a global championship.
60. Northern Ireland require 161.
Northern Ireland looking at 161 to get back level. 6 from here, going to need the full quota.
99.
That play right there to lose 62. it's becoming a bit of a taboo subject.
95.
It's
Northern
as if it's
Ireland
old
requires
hat.
62.
Double top.
Game shot.
Maybe
and the
that's the
second leg,
reason
Northern Ireland.
that McKee did what he did. Because when you leave Neil Duff double top, that's
Third
likely
leg,
to
it's
happen.
Kenya to throw first. Game on.
Now, let's face it, if you go for a 25 or a bullseye instead of a 19 on 81, you could
140.
leave something a bit easier for Neil. You could leave him 56, which is possibly 2 darts at double top. But if you get the bull,
121.
you're leaving 31, which means he can't leave tops at all.
But there's a reason why he's a former world champion. He's just beginning to blossom now, is Neil Duff.
123.
Get the sense of reaching a
85.
pivotal point, even at this early stage of the contest. Neither team really been able to wrestle control, which is kind of why it's all gone with the throw thus far.
60.
Only a mistake if Neil finds a couple of trebles here.
Which he isn't going to.
100.
In pairs darts, if you're under 200 comfortably after 9, you've done a lot right.
84.
It's very rare that you see ton plus averages in this format anywhere.
133.
The only way that would change is if we played more
Kenya
pairs,
require 94.
which we don't. So the disruptions do dictate how good the game can be. It's no double 18 there for Munya. Initially, he thought it was in. But Duff's
54.
got 62 again.
Northern Ireland requires 62.
To get the first break in this contest.
Game
Double 16
shot on the
found,
third
and Northern
leg.
Ireland may be able
Northern
to
Ireland.
begin to wrestle some control in this contest. 14 dart to that for the pair of Duff and McKee
Fourth
to
leg,
lead
it's
2-1.
Northern Ireland to throw first. Game on.
And that's about as sweet a 62 checkout as you'll ever see in your life. 2 planted darts in the board
85.
with authority. And he's got Peter Wachuri doing the teapot. We did actually have a teapot on the stage
81.
a couple of weeks ago. He was called Tim. And his nickname in darts was the teapot.
100.
And his country are doing okay today. They've got 4 points. He's from Wales.
96.
These are the types of situations that Neil Duff's
41.
so usually adept at taking command of. Getting the break, leading to on what at times has been a cagey contest. He's usually got this ability just to hit the front, hit the floor at the right time.
140.
But it's the Kenyan pair that are just beginning to pose the questions.
Here's a phrase that's been uttered in sport
97.
before. The Kenyans are setting the pace. Admittedly, with a few steeplechasers along their way.
180.
Okay, 180 to leave double 2.
Go figure. But we are talking about a man who on this stage has hit
Kenya, you
a
require
48 checkout with 2
4.
double 12s.
Cannot go inside with the first. Almost felt safe dart 2 to give himself a
No
poke with dart
score.
3, but unable to get with any.
Northern Ireland
And
require
so
53.
Northern Ireland here to go 3-1 up. McKee looking at tops. Double 10.
33.
Kisses the wire, but bends the
Kenya
wrong side.
require 4. Game
That looks
shot
so
on
likely.
the fourth leg to Kenya.
He knows how to hit under pressure as well, doesn't he? He looks
Fifth
like he's
leg,
having a
it's Kenya
blast
to
out
throw
there.
first. Game on.
I actually don't know that many people who've been to Kenya
81.
outside of this sport. I know people who have been part of the manufacturing process for a lot of stuff which is made in Kenya. Lots of
60.
darts, shafts, flights, boards, in particular the boards. But as for going there outside of this sport, don't know anybody who's been there.
There's a producer that I work with that's been to
85.
Kenya before. Meant to be an amazing country. Certainly if you're someone that likes
140.
safari and things along those lines, it's meant to be a brilliant place to go to. In fact, that brings us to one of my favourite bits about this week, and that is the return of fun facts.
41. $100.
Where we delve into some of the interesting and intricate parts of the nations that compete at the international pairs. And I'll tell you what, we'll give you a flavour of some fun facts in the next leg of this contest.
85.
I bet you're going to start with Kenya.
Yes, yes, only because you've looked at my laptop.
I would have been very happy for you to start with Northern Ireland.
85.
Got to have a trouble in this combination, but not that one.
49.
It's not brilliant.
Northern Ireland require 116.
But this could be. The finishing from Duff has been really good in this game. 262 checkouts. He's not going to add something a bit more difficult to his collection.
46.
In fact,
Can you require
he could be
160?
staring at a deficit.
I get the sense that the Kenyan team may feel as if
78.
opportunity's been missed in this
Northern
game.
Ireland requires 70.
Particularly if McKee can convert the 70, of which he's going to get 2 in his hand at double eight.
Game
That
shot
was
on the
such a
fifth
good
leg.
kill that
Northern
from McKee.
Ireland.
Pop, pop, and Northern Ireland in front and with the darts to win.
Sixth leg, Northern Ireland to throw first.
That's been the
Game
best part
on.
of the Northern Irish performance. The finishing's been fantastic.
140.
Just beginning to find something as the day goes on. The duo of Duff and McKee.
It does feel that after that Scotland performance where they averaged 95 against Ireland,
75.
that the Northern Irish pair are following suit.
So, Nico, are you ready
36.
for some fun facts about Kenya?
Lay it on me.
So, Kenya is home to all the big 5 animals. So, lions, leopards, rhinos, elephants, and buffaloes.
85.
It's situated directly on the equator. The equator runs directly through the middle of Kenya, which means the sun sets and rises at almost the same time
95.
every day, regardless of what time of year it is. Mount Kenya is the second highest mountain in Africa. And it is a bird watcher's paradise because
58.
there's over 1,000 species of birds, including the lilac-breasted roller, which is the national bird of Kenya.
63.
We should have a new segment in our show. Popular misconceptions.
Okay.
Because there are plenty of people in the world who think that Mount
41.
Kilimanjaro's in Kenya.
Northern Ireland require 167.
I do believe it's in Tanzania.
$72.
Well, he was all right on dart 1, but after that, it's like he ordered a steak and got salad.
Nobody wants that.
57. Northern
So
Ireland
it's
require
tasked
95.
to Richard McKee to get this game wrapped up. They have got 6 of them here, which is why he goes for the bullseye first. He's going to get a double top to wrap it up in this
Game,
visit and wrap
shot,
it up in this
and the
visit. He
match.
does.
Northern
Northern
Ireland.
Ireland are just beginning to hit their straps now. That's a second consecutive victory. And for them, that is their best performance of the day so far. Average in excess of 90. The doubling was brilliant. 4 out of 6 on the outer ring. And wrapped up with that 95 check of Richard McKee. Northern Ireland beat Kenya by 4 legs to 2. Next up, we're going to see a repeat of last year's final as the Republic of Ireland take on Wales. Here's what's coming up next here on Pluto TV. The Break of Throw series focuses on African stars Peter Achuri and Devon Peterson. That's coming up once the live darts finishes. Then we have the Dart Swap Challenge, where 2 former champions of the world, Steve Beaton and Richie Burnett, play with one another's darts. I wonder who is better with the other's equipment. Tomorrow from 9:30, Kurt Parry and Richie Burnett will continue their campaign in Group A. Wales got off to a really good start, but in search of a victory. We'll see them in a couple of moments' time. For the action resuming tomorrow from 9:30, and then it all builds up to a crescendo on Saturday evening, where the Republic of Ireland pair of John O'Shea and Conor Heenahan looking to retain their title. That gets underway from 7:30 in the evening. So that's what's coming up across Pluto TV in the next few days and the next few hours. But next up for us, Wales and the Republic of Ireland going head-to-head. The defending champions taking on the side they beat in the final last year. Heenahan and O'Shea getting the better of Burnett and Parry to pick up the second title. And for that Irish pair of O'Shea and Heenahan, they need to find something here. They're 0-3, and because of the tight nature of the group, they could find themselves seriously detached if they lose this contest.
Yes, this has not gone well for the Irish so far. There's plenty of friends on the stage right now.
First leg, it's Ireland to throw first.
But I don't think the Welsh are in a charitable mood. Now that they've seen Northern Ireland go above them in the table by 2 points, they've got to hit back. And they've got to do so against
85.
the throw here.
And the other thing as well, and you know this all too well, you've been here enough over the course of the last few years. When you see someone at the bottom of the table cut adrift, you know that you have to take points off them no matter what. And as good operators as John O'Shea and Conor Heenahan are, the way Wales got to look at it is they've been cannon fodder for the rest. We cannot slip up here.
100.
Yeah, and maybe Wales have had their fortune already this morning. Because they've won 2 games they could have easily lost.
180.
And they're not starting this game like they're going to be charitable. I mean, why would they? It's sport.
60.
Kurt's just beginning to find that first dart again, isn't he?
134.
Scoring's just been a little bit off from KP. But that much more like it. 52 left after 9. Burnett should get a couple in hand when he returns.
180.
Is it fair to say that the action has definitely hotted up over the last couple of games? Looks like everybody's back in form. Double 10.
32.
No 12 darter means that the Irish can
Ireland
take the
requires
lead.
76.
In visit 5. That does not help. That does. And that one takes it. That's a really good checkout from Conor Heenahan.
You know, I said Conor Heenahan is a flair player. That's why we saw a bit of a let out there, because he knows that his side had been played too well. And in fact, Heenahan's got the honour at the beginning of legs.
123.
That's John showing trust in his younger counterpart. That's what he does. He makes you feel better about yourself.
45.
But this is international pairs, not international flares. You might have flair about your game, but if your partner doesn't back you up, you're not going to do well.
100.
And if you do come here on a Saturday night, please do not bring flares.
Why not? They're fashionable right now.
Nah, they're awful. Absolutely awful.
180.
That's not awful. This game is wonderful so far.
60.
I know it's only leg 2, but we shouldn't get carried away. However, I'm going to get carried away because the Republic of Ireland are averaging 113 and Wales are averaging 109.
I can imagine what you're like on a first date, Henry. I don't mean to get carried away, but will you marry me?
I've got to get to a first date first, Nico.
Oh, lovely. Double 18.
87.
Don't worry. Hino's coming back to polish it up.
Please don't make production laugh like that when you mention Henry and first date.
100. Ireland require 9.
I need to make up lies. Anyway, Hino looking at double 4 to double the lead. Down to the basement.
7.
It's
Wales
not often you find yourself
97.
on double 1 after 15. There's only one thing worse than that. Not getting a shot at it. Which he might not.
85.
Now Richie Burnett's getting himself at it.
Ireland required
I feel
2.
like we might see some animation in this game. Heenahan's tried to ignore Richie Burnett. Oh, he bends the wire. And then
Game
eventually
shot
finds
on
a
the
way
second
through.
leg.
That was
To
such a
Ireland.
good dart for John O'Shea. Because those first two are so tight to the wire, it meant the target area he could see
Third
was
leg, it's
smaller.
Ireland to throw first.
And
Game on.
I think Kurt Parry forgot about the fact that his team were broken there.
Make no mistake, that shot from John O'Shea was world class. To be able to find that bed with the way the previous dart was.
85.
Say what you like about him, but he is genuinely still a world-class player. And look at what he did for Hino
95.
there. He told him, it's okay. I know you're disappointed, but just temper it. He's playing that role, which is really interesting because in the past, the firecracker has
44.
been John.
Now, I don't want to bring up another one of your bruising memories from your playing career.
But you're about to, and you probably will for the next 3 days. Yes, and?
40.
I just get a reminiscence of this game being not as ill-tempered, but a little bit like your game with Belgium at the World Cup all them years ago, where you've got a player on either side, Heenahan and Burnett, who could go from 0 to 100 next to no
60.
time at all. And it's the job of their teammate to make sure, yes, you be a little bit exuberant if you need to, but make sure you rein it in.
60.
If we're going to get into Australia-Belgium territory in this game, hold on to your hats. I'm not sure we will, though.
100.
I think we were tenths of a second away from tearing our heads off because we were so frustrated ourselves, at ourselves. It wasn't necessarily what we were doing to each other.
134.
It was the pressure we were putting on ourselves. That's why it came across so fractious.
60.
What a lot of people don't know from that World Cup game between Australia and Belgium is that we were fine backstage.
100. Ireland
Just
require
leave it all out there.
152.
And leave it all out there you did, because you didn't
100.
appear in the World Cup after that game,
Wales
did you?
requires
By choice,
72.
Anyway, Burnett looking to pull one back. 36 or 36.
Game shot and
Back
the
into
third
this game
leg
at 2-1.
to
Break back.
Wales.
Yeah, Richie is the
Fourth
only
leg, it's
person on
Wales to
this
throw
stage
first. Game on.
that has played at the PDC World Cup. Richie played with Mark Webster, who is categorically
60.
one of the best World Cup players in the history of the tournament in the last 16 years. And I'd have to say he's the best player not to have won it.
100.
Two-time finalist, I remember rightly. Lost with Champagne Barry Bates in 2010, and then with the Iceman Gerwin Price. 2017, I believe, the second time
His
round.
singles record is
85.
almost mythical. Look at that from Burnett. You just don't want any lemons on the stage because if he's squeezing them, there's going to be no juice left.
82.
That first start again. He'll be disappointed. He
100.
only came away with a ton there, Kurt Parry.
I don't want to say a prayer for that treble 20 in this game. It's been absolutely battered.
$60.
Well, that kickback is getting
Ireland
worse
require
as the day goes on.
100.
It's not going to be a takeout.
60.
Oh, my word. That was too close for comfort. That third dart could have easily found what Kurt has just found there. Meaning
100.
Heenahan
Ireland
could be
require
coming back for
40.
100. Be fortunate. Every now and again, yes, but take things out when you can.
35.
which he can't. He doesn't make the most
Wales
of what John did for him.
96.
And so 96 here to level up at 2-2. He wants to persevere with the treble, but the target's obscured. He's going to move across for the 36 with dart 2.
Yeah, I don't mind that play because with the Irish on 5, it's not an easy
80.
shot. If he misses the double
Ireland
18
require
high or the
5.
tops high, I totally get it.
1.
That treble 12 on 76 is an underused
Wales
play.
require 16.
And I think Richie got it right. Do they win the leg as a result?
No score.
They might not now.
Ireland require 4.
That could be a big opportunity that comes and goes for the Welsh pair. Heenahan returning for 3-1.
Game shot.
And now
on the
have
fourth
the throw
leg
to win this
to
match.
Ireland.
Hino, you've broken pal. There you go, straight back down the hockey.
5th leg, it's Ireland to throw first. Game on.
I think Richie Burnett is a
58.
person with a lot on his mind.
Yeah, there is a lot in the mind of Richie Burnett. I'm not sure we really want to scowl
140.
inside it. Some of the stories that Richie Burnett comes out with, you could mistake him for Jay Cartwright from the TV programme The In-Betweeners, but everything is 100% on point.
45.
There are people within this sport who've lived amazing lives.
100.
But I don't think anybody's had the highs and lows of Richie Burnett. The highest of highs and the lowest of lows, and he's still here.
100.
All whilst entertaining the entire world and still doing so. He's a gift.
85.
And everything about him doesn't scream longevity. You look at the throw, you look at some of the madness that he's been up to over the years, but yet still, at the age of 59, he's plying his trade as close to
140.
the highest level as he possibly can. He almost defies convention a little bit.
I like that you said that
60.
because I agree.
Ireland require 158.
The standard in this game has been good, but it has dropped off a little bit.
60.
Courtesy of a few missed darts
Wales
at double.
require 116.
It's a big ask for Kurt to stay in the match. He can't get the requisite treble.
88.
They're at
Ireland
the point
require
now where they
98.
need their opponents to miss.
To get their first points on the board. They're not going to get it here, and so they do get a stay of
38.
execution to the Welsh pair,
Wales
but
require
Richie Burnett
28.
has to find double 14 to keep this game a-going.
Double 7.
14.
More disappointment for Richie Burnett.
Ireland require
And it could be compounded
60.
with losing the match.
Double top to wrap it up. Conor Heenahan hit the last winning double for the Irish team to win international pairs 2.
Game
And he
shot.
gets a
And the
double that
match
gets their
to
first wins
Ireland.
of international pairs 3. They get the better of Wales by 4 legs to 1. They are on the board. As for the Welsh pair of Kurt Parry and Richie Burnett, after a couple of wins to kick off their session, they now find themselves stranded on 4 points and find themselves in a position where they're chasing. Ireland beat Wales by 4 legs to 1. Coming up next, Belgium take on Scotland.
4 decades of dominance, the greatest the sport of darts has ever seen. Phil Taylor, the power, a legend. A walk down memory lane. The rivals, the battles, the moments that defined an era. And now, for the first time, watch Phil, watch himself, his greatest moments on screen with the legend alongside them giving his own commentary as it happens. We've never done this before. Saturday the 25th of April at the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Tickets just £10. The power through the years. Don't miss it.
Plenty coming up here at the Live Lounge over the course of the next week or so. Phil Taylor will be walking down memory lane in the Power Through the Years. That's on Saturday afternoon. Tickets are still available. £10 if you want to be here. The show starts at 4:30. And that, the eagle-eyed amongst you, is before the International Pairs Tournament comes to its close on Saturday evening from 7:30 p.m. So, let's get back into the action then, shall we? Before the break, we saw the Republic of Ireland get their first win in their title defence, a 4-1 victory over the Welsh pair of Kurt Parry and Richie Burnett. And so now Scotland and Belgium go head-to-head, an opportunity for Messrs Campbell and McEwen to move themselves on to 6 points, level with Northern Ireland in the league table. And they do take on one another in game number 14 of the session. So potential for that game to be a shootout to see who's going to be top of the table going into Tuesday's play. As for the Belgian pair of Brian Mann and Andy Bartons, they've picked up just the 1 win so far. And they can probably feel a little bit hard done by that I haven't got more of them today, because actually you look at the levels of performance, it's been fairly decent for the most part. In fact, they've won with their worst performance of the day against the Republic of Ireland 4-1 in the middle of their schedule to press.
Belgium to throw first. Game on.
But you get the feeling if they carry on playing like they have done for the most part, then they will get tangible joy in this group. It's just not clicked yet in that department.
140.
The signs are good, but the storm hasn't quite hit yet. But when it does, you wouldn't want to be the team that has to face that.
100.
I just wondered this morning when Scott Campbell was coming into the building whether the turnaround
85.
from playing in South Wales this weekend to this morning was a bit tight. We have seen some people do that in the past. I remember all the way back to the early part of this project when Nathan Rafferty of Northern
81.
Ireland was losing in the World Youth Final, and the very next morning he was playing in Group A. So off the back of disappointment of not becoming World Youth Champion, he came into the Monday morning and we thought he's
100.
He's effectively playing with a loss hangover. And he played really well. But he played better on Tuesday. And that's the gift of Group A, isn't it? Because you play early, it means you get all of the day to rest before day 2.
100.
I think Campbell's played pretty well today, but I still think he'll play better tomorrow.
And in Scott Campbell's case, it's rustling up a nice meal later.
100.
World-renowned chef. And loves to show off his talents. And my goodness, is he good in the kitchen.
Yeah, you never get the old utensils out when he's in town.
Oh, week off, pal.
45. Belgium
No
requires
pressure,
76.
Tops.
Game shot.
And Andy
on the
Bartons
first leg
is doing
to
Andy
Belgium.
Bartons things. I like to call him the
Second
Dave
leg, it's
Chisnell of
Scotland to throw
Belgium.
first. Game on.
Because he genuinely doesn't overcomplicate the process. There's a board over there. I'm going to throw stuff towards it. I'm pretty good at this. That's how he thinks. And I love it.
140.
Very good at darts. Interviews can sometimes be rather interesting.
I would not be surprised
40.
if Andy's got a little bit of trepidation when it comes to doing press. because in the early part of his career, the two biggest interviews he ever gave were literally 2 minutes after the most heartbreaking losses you can think about. Quarter-final losses at Lakeside, where he was in a winning position and didn't get the job done, and he had a microphone thrust in his face, and he had to speak in a second
92.
language. If that's not traumatic, I don't know what is. In this sport, it's great giving a winning interview saying what went right. But to give a losing interview when the adrenaline is at its height
81.
and you are on the verge, if not crying, which he was on one of the occasions, that's harsh.
100. Scotland require 100.
Ton for Chucky to level up at 1 apiece.
Game shot and the second
top
leg
class
to Scotland.
for McEwen to level up at 1 apiece. That's the third Tub Plus checkout of the day. And that
Third
might
leg,
be
it's Belgium to
for
throw first.
the Scottish
Game
pair,
on.
the breaking of the glass ceiling.
100.
You know what? You know in football they have manufacturers' kits, so like, well, the one with the 3 stripes and the one with a tick. And when they
57
for the World Cup or something have similar international strips, it's like they've both got the same manufacturer in terms of the kit design.
Well, what we can say is that Brian Roman is responsible for the Belgian design.
60.
Designs his own shirts. This was his idea. He wanted an understated Belgium type shirt. I think he's done an excellent job.
100.
I really like this Scotland shirt, though. I think it's got something. It's somewhat mysterious and a little different.
140.
Campbell's really starting to play well here.
Belgium being put under it somewhat
60.
and can
Scotland
only come
require
out with a 60. So
161.
Scotland have got 6 here for the break for 161.
Oh, that's a nice switch. It's all about what his opponent, his teammate wants.
96.
I don't think that was the play. Over the last 12 months, I've really gone off having 65 left. I'd rather have 72.
168. Scotland require 65.
Well, what does Campbell like? Well, he didn't like the look at the 25s. He's only going to get 1 dart here to get the break of throw, but make no mistake whatsoever on the double 18. Now, that's a lesser spotted reaction from Scott Campbell. You don't often see him give it a bit of gusto, but
Fourth
why
leg, it's
not?
Scotland
Because
to throw
look at that
first.
Scotland
Game on.
performance. Average of 105 after 3 legs. Belgium playing their best stuff so far today, but still finding themselves on the wrong side of the scoreline.
45.
You said it. When they've got good numbers, they lose.
Basically, they need to start playing poorly, Belgium, then they'll win some.
140.
It's a bit of a dangerous tactic, don't you think?
Yeah. Perfect on the doubles so far, as you saw there, demonstrated on our stat screen.
100.
This is the first time I've seen Jim McEwen in a Scotland shirt. And if I may say so, it suits him. Some people play in a national
58.
shirt. You think, okay. But some people, they put on a national shirt and it looks like it was made for them. Like Martin Adams, for example. In an England shirt. It made sense. Like Phil Nixon, his opponent in the 2007 Lakeside.
57.
He might have even worn his England shirt in the final.
The Ferry Hill Fly, unfortunately, is no longer with us.
Yeah, 7 specialist.
43.
He's been gone for a while now. We all miss him. What a great guy.
96.
I'll tell you what, if he was still around, he'd love this. He would have been so dangerous.
Just think this is around 10 years ago, the kind of matchups we would have had. O'Shea against Fitton,
43.
Durrant against
Belgium
Mitchell,
require 150.
Adams against Waits.
100.
Danny Noppert would have won titles here 10 years ago.
That's true. That's a really good point.
Let's not forget Jamie Hughes.
How could we forget? Oh, interesting.
140. Belgium require 50.
Aggressiveness from McEwen. Does it work?
Game shot
It doesn't.
on the fourth leg.
That
to
is a lovely
Belgium.
dart from Brian.
Back to 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Belgium to throw first. Game on.
Bartons with the darts to get leg 5 underway.
59.
There may be people around the world watching this thinking, darts is all about Europe, right? When in fact, darts is a world game.
60.
We recently, under this roof, hosted a new country in Argentina with Jesus Solarte, someone who played at the
81.
PDC World Cup last year. What we're trying to do is gain some sort of intel as to what darts is doing in all parts of the world. We're curious
60.
about South America. We're curious about North America. Because North America have had a footprint in this sport for 60 years. It's not just about Europe.
100.
There's a huge footprint in Australasia. And the Asian scene, it is a scene of its own. But the one thing they have in common, all of these different parts of the world,
60.
it's inconsistent in the best possible way. Because European darts is different to North American darts, which is different to Asian darts. So if we invite lots of countries into this
81.
tournament, and we give them one format, we'll see how good they are at this one.
I raise you the PDC European Next Gen, where every different event has a different kind of format to it. Swiss style, 170, master
95.
We do double start with our double trouble week here.
I'd love to see equal darts rule.
Yeah, that's fun.
100.
Because that's going to cause some chaos, and I want chaos.
If you want chaos, just wait till the next game, because Ireland's John O'Shea is back, and he's the agent of chaos.
I thought you were going to say Reece Connie's going to spawn out of nowhere. Well, 2-2-1 left. Made that 2-18 left.
28.
And so Roman
Belgium
returns
require
here,
80.
looking at 80, and he's got 6 of them here, which is why he goes to 16s. The treble leaves the double. The
Game
double is
shot
got,
on the
and his
fifth leg
finishing's
to
just
Belgium.
beginning to find top gear, isn't it? 3-2, Belgium lead. He's just beginning to find those
Sixth
pop
leg,
combos
Scotland
now.
to throw first. Game on.
He's had a couple of good ones now. It's almost like the first dart at double 16 is a range finder. And then you can't take it with the next one. Some sports you don't get that gift.
131.
NFL, for example. You give the ball to the quarterback. You mentioned Joe Burrow earlier from the Cincinnati Bengals. Imagine if he misses,
100.
for example, in the past, Jamar Chase. And he just says, oh, hang on a minute. I missed that shot. I need another one. That doesn't happen in darts. You can get extra shots in this sport, where in some others, you get one shot only.
180.
So what we provide is that little extra drama.
134.
Scotland 6 darts here to take us all the way to a last leg decider. And once again, when push comes to shove for his country,
138.
Scott Campbell comes up with something. 52 left after 9. This is some leg from the Scottish pair.
100.
McEwen
Scotland require 52.
will get 2 in hand at his trusty tops. Fine, he stays straight, of course.
Game
He's not only
shot
straight,
at the
he's got the
6th
weighted
leg
dart as
to
well. It is
Scotland.
3-3. Well, in German, Scotland is Shotland.
7th and final leg. It's Belgium to throw first.
That was
Game
quite
on.
the shot from the man from Scotland.
We'll have a look at that. 2 11 darters for the Scottish pair, but it may be irrelevant because it's Belgium who have the throw in this decider, and Bartons has kicked off with a max.
Yeah, this is a proper game of darts. This is seriously good. From this position, the Belgians will expect to win. If they don't win from this position,
100.
I'm going to have to say it's their own fault. Because with a lead of 180, this is something you've got to make sure that you end.
And the annoying thing
85.
from a Scottish perspective is they did all the hard work there, that 11 darter, to get themselves in a position where the match goes all the way. But the Belgian response has been superb. Hoping to be on a 2 darter after 9. They'll take 1-2-1 after 9. There's no doubt about that. The only way Scotland can leave a finish is if Scott Campbell hits a 180.
Well, let me ask you a question, Henry. If Rahman is on 221, what does he do with his last dart?
Heads down to the 25.
Yeah. Because he wants to take the bull away from the shot.
100.
He doesn't need to use the bull.
Belgium require 121.
15, unable to get. But what he is going to do is
89.
leave his teammate Andy Bartons in a dreamy situation after 12.
Well, this is a pressure situation right here. In pairs, you know it's all on you and there's 3 people watching you. Not 1, 3. And if you don't hit
76.
this, a loss is
Belgium
possible.
require 32. Game
But hits
shot.
he does.
And the match
And that
to
will hit
Belgium.
Scotland hard, because that was an opportunity for Messrs Campbell and McEwen to go to the top of the table. For Belgium, they move on to 4 points. They can still possibly finish on 6 if they get the better of Wales in the last game. So we've got one more round of fixtures to go, and we kick it off with a meeting between the Republic of Ireland and Kenya. 3 more games to go on this Monday afternoon here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Before the break, Belgium got the better of Scotland 4-3 in an absolute humdinger of a contest. Belgium winning with an average of 94.5. 4th and 6 on their doubles. That's for Scotland. Well, they can count themselves really unlucky. Average of just underneath the 96 mark. Perfect on their finishing. 3 out of 3. Had a couple of maximums in there and a ton checkout. So, into the final round. The last results, Northern Ireland got the better of Kenya 4-2, and the Republic of Ireland got their first win against Wales 4-1 in round 4's worth of play. Round 5 sees this meeting between the Republic of Ireland and Kenya, Scotland up against Northern Ireland, and Wales against Belgium to close. So that is how the picture looks for the rest of the day. It's the Northern Ireland pair of Neil Duff and Richard McKee that top the table. They have 6 points to their name. Another 4 teams find themselves on 4. Those teams being Scotland, Belgium, Wales and Kenya in that order. Whilst the Irish pair of Heenahan and O'Shea that you can see on your screen there are at the bottom of the table with just 2 points to their name going into the final round's worth of fixtures on this Monday afternoon. It's the Republic of Ireland to get us underway. They kicked over 30. The Kenyans respond with a ton. 4-7-1 playing 4-0-1.
60.
Just like Sonia O'Sullivan from about 30 years ago in athletics. It is the Irish looking to topple the Kenyans. But this is not the 5,000 metres. This 98. Is a best of 7 leg game of darts. Now we do have the possibility by the end of the day that we'll have 3 teams on 6 points and 3 teams on 4.
140.
In order for that to happen, it would have to be wins for Ireland, for Scotland, and the winner of the last match.
Yeah, it's a marathon of sprints, isn't it, this format?
100.
Our first dart, delicious, delightful, inviting for John O'Shea.
180.
To stay now. Probably not the recommended play, but it has left Hina on a 2-darter.
Oh, that'll work. 271. Does invite the 19s in, but only if you start there, and he didn't. Is this going to be the best performance by the Irish today, you wonder?
51.
Feels like they've been cooking all day, but only now they're starting to come up to the boil.
$83.
Decent visit there from Munya.
Ireland require 40.
Can this man finish the job? That's very good from John O'Shea.
To Ireland.
There's a marked difference in what he's doing in throwing the darts these days. His technique looks different. He looks very measured. He looks mellow. This is not the John O'Shea from 2019 anymore, where he would have run through a wall 81. For you. Now, he's talking to the wall and telling it to separate for him.
Well, he's talking to a wall whilst Richard Burnett's talking to a Bluetooth speaker. Other than that, this has been a perfectly normal day of Super Series action.
Of course it does. This is what we do here. Unpredictable brilliance.
81.
12 flags draped on the wall above the stage here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Ireland being central 85. To it as the defending champions. The Netherlands, the winner of the first edition. Wales, twice a runner-up here in the past. Eclectic mix of the darting landscape on show. There they are in all their glory. Scotland on the left, all the way through to Belgium on the far right. Those are the teams that will be competing over the course of the next 6 days.
Check you out, Deacon, and your vexillology. The study of flags.
100.
We've got some very, very good flag checkers here at the Super Series.
78.
Somebody works downstairs in our social media department.
114.
Incredible at it. Tailor-made for him. when you're looking at 114 to level this game up at 1 apiece. Should look at treble 18 here. And gets it. Double top.
74.
Would have been a top finish.
Every now and again, he reminds you of just what's in his locker. Not sure what he was thinking about with Dart 2. It's an obvious 54 tops. But to him, he was just making sure.
27. Can you require 40?
And so it's for Churi to square things up all the time he wants.
Shot in the second
and
leg
makes no
to
mistake
Kenya.
whatsoever. The tops nestles into the left-hand corner and we're level at 1 apiece.
Next time
Third
Peter's
leg,
at the
it's
hockey, I
Ireland
want
to
you
throw
to
first.
have a look at his
Game
right
on.
knee. This shot here that everybody's watching around the world, you see everything from the belt up.
100.
But when it comes to technique, we should look at everything from the ground up. Now what Munya's doing here, he's not square onto the board, he's actually 90 degrees away, he's
45.
facing the left wall. But Peter Wachuri's got something about his throw that has really caught my eye over the last year or so.
60.
It's the right knee. It's bent. So if you look at the right knee of 99% of players, it is straight but not hyperextended.
81.
Peter's is actually bent.
Might be an obvious statement, but is that going to cause to issues further down the line?
No, it might not.
140.
But it does put an incredible amount of emphasis on that weighting. The weight doesn't go directly down through the foot. It'll actually go through
100.
the quad muscle and it'll hold tension there. So he's almost in a mini squat when he's throwing darts. I really hope he's not like Rafael Nadal.
99.
He's got one quad bigger than the other, whereas with Nadal it was one arm bigger than the other.
He wouldn't mind playing darts as well as Rafael Nadal played tennis.
123.
Or
Ireland
golf.
require 102.
He's a very handy golfer. That's a nice play there from Hino.
Kenya require 152.
Big ask for Munya. Needs 2 treble 20s and double 16.
Not up to the task, and so O'Shea will return looking at double top to open up a 2-1 lead in the
41.
contest.
Ireland require 40.
And the way that they're looking at things, O'Shea and Heenahan, is this is a salvage job. It hasn't gone to plan, but get 4 points, you keep yourself in play.
No score.
3 darts have come amiss.
Kenya require 111.
Put themselves the halfway point of that. And so Kenya, they just the one trouble there to give themselves a dart at a double. Need to get it with dart 2. Couldn't find the treble 18, and so Hino will be back with 3 more
47.
tops.
I don't know many people who start on
Ireland
treble
require
17 on
40.
111, but it kind of makes sense.
Game
That makes
shot
more
in the
sense.
third leg to Ireland.
For everything they're getting out of today, they're having to work
Fourth leg,
so
it's Kenya to
hard.
throw first. Game on.
Sport is about moments.
140.
And you've also got to earn the moment that everybody wants. It was Heenahan that was somewhat serendipitously given the chance to win the title for his
134.
country and for himself and John. That might just be the biggest thing he's ever done. Because we all know how proud the Irish are
46.
of their heritage and what they can do for their country. We've spoken to other Irish players about that. Kieran Tian, Dylan Slevin,
85.
Shane McGurk. Dean Finn as well, recently. He was here in week 12 of Super Series 13.
83.
Oh, Dean Finn's on a one-man mission to break into this team. 100%.
He's on a one-man mission to be in a
65.
two-man mission.
Yes! That's the long and short of it anyway.
This is really good from Peter. Glorious darts.
180.
Now that is a fist bump. I think Peter Wachuri right now has got sore knuckles.
99. Kenya require 52.
2-2. 52 is what David's looking at. Double 16.
Game
No
shot
mistake.
in the fourth
14
leg
darter.
to Kenya.
And we're back on terms. As I said, a bit. I tell you what. I
Fifth
wouldn't want to
leg,
be
it's Ireland to
connecting
throw
right
first.
hands like that.
Game on.
Honestly, it's like watching George Foreman and Azuma Nelson doing a fist bump.
25.
If we've got to interview the Kenyan team this week, make sure that I shake them by the hand, because I think a fist bump might break my arm. My tiny, tiny little hands.
59. $60.
This could be going wrong for the Irish. Not the first time we've said it today, but all of a sudden the Kenyan team are the better team on the stage.
100.
One thing that also gets my interest
58.
is that Conor Heenahan has been using these particular darts for quite some time. I just wonder if they've lost a bit of weight.
140.
No, his tungsten's not been on a diet. It's not been going down the gym. But his tungsten has been bashing against each other
85.
for the last 5+ years. Now, darts like that have a lot of grooves, they are going to lose weight over the course of time. And I would hazard a guess they've probably lost about 2 or 3 grams.
Well, Michael Van Gerwen probably the best example of that. The old faithfuls, which he didn't want to get rid of, but it just got to a point where they were nestled down so much that there was just no grip left.
Well, here's the problem that
87.
Hino's got. They don't make
you
those
require
anymore. They haven't for
156?
years. Whether he can get another set of them is debatable. That's a very sinister look in the
82.
background from Conor.
Yeah, you wanted to be faced with that down an alleyway at night, would you?
All Hino wants is a shot.
100.
Now that is a very
Kenya
decent number to be
require
left.
74.
But it's dependent on the best player on the stage missing this shot. He does this
58.
time, so Hino, who has shown a bit of spirit at the start
Ireland
of this
require
game,
86.
might show us a bit more if he takes this out.
Yeah, the best combination finisher of the lot today has missed a big opportunity. Can Heenahan pinch his pocket?
54.
But that is as close as you can get without finding the target.
require
Clips the
16.
wire the wrong side just. And so Munya back here for 32 to make it 3-2.
Wow, it's happened to them as well.
The fine,
Ireland
fine
require
margins of this
32.
sport, where inches mean everything.
Game shot on the 5th leg to Ireland.
Didn't need me to tell you what happened there. John O'Shea
6th leg,
made
it's
sure
Kenya to throw
everybody
first.
knew.
Game on.
This is the time of day where whatever you've got left, let it out. That was old school John O'Shea.
100.
If you've never seen him play at the 2019 World Masters, find it. Because when he was playing against
60.
Scott Waits, when he was up against other people on the lead up to that final, he went out of his mind trying to get that title. And it worked. He gave everything he had.
70.
And he got the trophy.
Throwing everything at it. The kitchen sink as well. But
128.
what a tossed.
Who's favourite now?
Ask me after this dart.
85.
Ireland just. All depends on what Pete could do here. Oh no, this is the worst time to come up dry like that.
27.
He's given the impetus back to John O'Shea and given the impetus back to this Irish team. 6 from here to win the match.
100.
That's good. It could have been better, but you'll take it. And now Hino's got to back himself to get a second win for Ireland.
55.
A second
Ireland
win
requires 76.
that could possibly lead to a second wind tomorrow.
2 8s. That is flicked off the fly and diverted the wrong side.
121.
Kenya have a chance. They get a reprieve, but they need to find something special.
Look at the Irish. They didn't know that that was going to happen. Nobody did. And Wachuri got greedy.
89. Ireland requires 16.
And so the responsibility falls to John O'Shea. The responsibility falls on double
shot,
4, and he's up
and
to
the
the
match
task. And listen
to
what it
Ireland.
means to the Joker. That meant everything to that Irish pair. They didn't play their best today, but they feel like with 4 points overnight, they can really get into the week now. It wasn't their best, but they've got points on the board. That's the important thing. 2 more games to go. Scotland and Northern Ireland coming up next. 2 more games to go on this Monday morning here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Well, it's actually Monday afternoon now. Mid-afternoon. Scotland and Northern Ireland is our penultimate fixture of the session, and an opportunity of the pair of Neil Duff and Richard McKee to move on to 8 points overnight. If they do so, they'll be guaranteed the lead going into the middle day's worth of action. Up against them is a Scotland pair of Scott Campbell and Jim McEwen, who can join Northern Ireland on 6 points overnight with victory in this particular contest. It's set up rather nicely. A win for Northern Ireland, and they will go to the top of the table. For Scotland, an opportunity to...
First leg, it's Scotland to throw first. Game on.
Northern Ireland at bay. It's Campbell to get us started, and Scotland actually put in the statistical best performance of anybody in their last game. In fact, their last 2 performances have been granite from the Scots.
60.
Game 9, they beat the Republic of Ireland 4-1, averaging 95.42, 4 from 11 on the doubles. Last time out, they lost to Belgium 4-3, despite
41,
averaging 95.74, a perfect finishing display 3 from 3, 2 180s and a ton checkout. Sometimes, Nico, you just have to go figure.
Now, one of the benefits of playing this format is that it's not all on one match. It's about a multitude of games and a multitude of tests.
45.
Scott Campbell has been playing for his country now for 8 years. He made his debut for Scotland back in 2018.
83.
You can just imagine what it was like for him being picked for his country for the first time in his late 20s. He'd play alongside the likes of Alan Suter,
85.
Ross Montgomery, Ryan Hogarth, the headhunter from the Borders. But imagine what it was like in his first game for his country, being pitted against Martin
85.
Adams. He would play at the British Internationals back in 2018. He would lose to Martin Adams, but would then play Steve Olker
180.
when he played in the Welsh fixture, and would lose by 4 legs to 3, but has progressed since then to captaincy. So it does prove that sometimes if you want to get to where you want to go, it does take time.
Northern Ireland require 150.
So Tough looking at 150, unable to get. McEwen returning for 85.
60.
May just be a dart at the bullseye
85.
here. But a chance for Scotland to draw first blood in the contest. Brucey Bonus 2 at tops. He loves this target.
$45.
If he hit that, it might have been a rub at the Brucey bonus.
90.
Bull.
65.
Gave that a real scare. Just courses off
Scotland
to the left.
require 40.
Yeah, just didn't gauge the wind properly. Only joking. There's no wind.
Game
That one is
shot
right in the
on
corner,
first
though.
leg to Scotland.
And judging by the expression on Scott's face, he's very glad that just about edged in
Second
the red.
leg, it's Northern Ireland to throw first. Game on.
So first blood is Scottish blood. What response have Duff and McKee got here?
50.
There's a lot of history between these two nations. Not just in darts, just history. Makes for fascinating reading from the last few centuries. Goes way back, doesn't it?
100.
Goes back to way before Robin Hood and things like that.
$100.
I do believe the story of the Giants' Causeway has got something to do with these two nations as well, which is that incredible
45.
structure on the coast of Northern Ireland.
Yes. in County Antrim in Northern Ireland.
42.
It's an area of approximately 40,000 interlocking basalt columns, the result of an ancient volcanic fissure eruption. I think that's the right word.
Yeah, fissure eruption, yeah.
Part of the North Atlantic igneous province active in the region during the
100.
Paleogene period. Located in County Antrim on the north coast of Northern Ireland, around 3 miles northeast of the town of Bushmills. It was declared a World Heritage Site by UNESCO
99.
in 1986 and a National Nature Reserve by the Department of the Environment of Northern Ireland in 1987. Apparently, it's the 4th greatest natural wonder of the United Kingdom according to a 2005 poll.
56.
That's number 4.
Yes.
Well, surely Stonehenge is ahead of it then.
Give me a couple of minutes, I'll work it out.
135.
This is not going well for Scotland.
36.
It
Northern
looks like
Ireland
1-1.
requires 75.
Keeping it simple. Like it. Don't like that one. And that smile, trust me, is not for happiness.
Scotland require 164.
That was a nervous smile. Because now he's got to wait to see if McEwen can take this out. He nearly had Richard biting his fingernails.
And so Northern Ireland do get a chance to level this game up at 1 apiece.
Northern Ireland require 40.
And it is Captain Duff.
Game shot and the second
Who
leg.
has enough. Pins
Northern
to Tot's
Ireland.
first dart.
Third leg, it's Scotland to throw
Got a
first.
nice ring to it, hasn't
Game
it,
on.
Captain Duff?
Just for reference, the other 3 things above the Giants Causeway in that top 10. In number 3 was the White
41.
Cliffs of Dover.
Makes sense.
Number 2, Cheddar Gorge.
120.
And number 1, Dandor. Daniel, oh God, I can't even say it. The National Showcase Centre for Wales, otherwise known as Daniel Goff. That's how we say it.
Yeah, I'm surprised Stonehenge isn't there, but there's so many beautiful things.
Yeah, but it's not naturally occurring, though, is it? Stonehenge, it's not natural.
I'm not getting into
It's
that discussion.
man-made.
I'm not getting into that discussion.
You don't just put stones there, do you, pal?
$100.
You're so argumentative.
$95.
Oh, Neil's not happy with that one. He was craving a 140. Have we seen any evidence today of the potential champion? Or are we just brimming up to that over the next couple of days, do you think?
Glimpses. I think there's been glimpses from a couple of nations, but nothing to absolutely convince you that somebody can go deep this week. Now, I think the winner of this week comes from Group A. I think the only team outside of Group A has got any chance is
84.
Canada.
Scotland require
and
95.
Germany in Group C. But I just get the sense that the teams in Group A may just be, over the long course, a little bit too strong, in my opinion. Oh, cheeky little double-double. Naughty
Game
little
shot
double-double.
on the third leg to Scotland.
Well, the captain of Scotland comes up with a brave
Fourth
dart
leg, it's
shot
Northern
there.
Ireland
The
to throw
double-double on the
first. Game
90s
on.
to put his side 2-1 up.
Scotland have won Group A before in this format. It was in International Pairs
41.
1. But the eventual route for the two champions, it was the Netherlands in the first one. They were second in Group A. And they were third in Group B, behind Ireland and
140.
Wales. But they would have the last laugh. In the second international pairs, Ireland came second in Group B for the
25.
second consecutive event, but then would get the title. They did not play in Group A on that occasion. So Group A is no guarantee of success.
180.
This game is
60.
beginning to see some distance between the teams. Scotland just beginning to put their foot on the accelerator, just as Northern Ireland have hit a bit of a puncture here, really.
41.
Just be looking through Scott Campbell's international career.
Scotland
He's played some
require
players.
140.
He even played against Luke Littler in 2022.
Well, you look at that England team from 2022. It looks even better now than it did on paper then. Luke Littler, Scott Williams,
81.
Justin Hood.
James Hurrell.
Indeed.
Scott Taylor.
Yeah, I've seen worse teams out there. Put it this way, you wouldn't want them rocking up to your local on a Monday night.
55.
You would if they were playing for you.
Scotland require 59.
For 3-1. No hesitation. Tops it is. Just the one double.
49.
Somewhat ironic, isn't it? He finishes the last leg with 2 and he doesn't get 1 from 2 attempts here.
It's what you get for greed, some would say. But for a lefty, he's a rarefied
57.
product. Somebody that doesn't
Scotland
like double
require
10.
10.
But for McEwen, this is next door to his trusty tops.
Game shot and the
double
fourth
5
leg
has a
to
similar
Scotland.
effect. Scotland get the break. They lead 3-1. The leg away from victory.
Fifth leg, it's Scotland to throw first. Game on.
This really could be as tight as it gets by the end of the day. If Scotland win, they'll go to 6 points. And then it doesn't matter what happens in the last match. Someone's going to 6
43.
points either way. So it will be a 50-50 day.
Kind of in keeping with what you expected for Dartless Rome this
59.
morning.
If I'm honest, no. I genuinely thought the Kenyans would have a really cold start. And they impressed me early on. But they have been caught somewhat by people who did have a cold start.
And
I think Neil Duff has had enough of Jim McEwen. Leading against the table as if to say, this guy, he's hitting doubles, he's hitting maxes.
45.
Don't know why, it should be the other way around. Remember that infamous quarter-final at the Lakeside back in 2022 where Jim McEwen had Neil Duff exactly where he wanted him, but the Duff man wrangled free just about.
59.
3-1 up in sets, Jim McEwen was, before Neil Duff would win 4-3 and win the Lakeside title.
That was 4 years ago this month.
Incredibly.
59.
In fact, 10 days ago, it was 4 years to the day when Neil Duff beat Thibaut Tricol in a last set shootout to win the title.
$140.
Well, this is Dream Street for Scotland.
60. Scotland requires 79.
They're going to feel very happy with their day's work if this goes in. And he has the luxury of using the treble 13.
$47.
That actually has not gone to plan. Because if Campbell were just the tiniest bit more astute there, he would have gone for 2 singles to leave
58.
tops.
And that's
Scotland
where
require 32.
the dynamic of team play comes in, because you're thinking differently to as you are when you're playing in singles play. But how good is McEwen on 8s?
$24.
In some ways, it's not a disaster because Scott Campbell does like the northeast side of the board.
Yeah, but let it serve as a warning for tomorrow. If you've only got 2 visits for 79,
54.
take it out. Because
Scotland
you're not going to get
require
3 very
8.
often.
Well, that's just an unforced error. Simple as that. And at this level, that could cost you dearly.
54.
Neil Duff in the background, you could tell he's frustrated, but he's trying not to let that show. That's what a perfect teammate does.
Yeah. He's disappointed, but you don't project that onto your teammate. But it's
81.
been 9 darts from 79.
Require 4.
They've scored 75.
But all they need now is 4 more. Madhouse.
2.
Northern Ireland should
Northern
be
Ireland
in the
require
practice room
85.
getting their coats and leaving. They might be staying on another leg. If Richard McKee can find the bullseye, well, that would have been daylight robbery.
54. Scotland require 2.
Well, Scott, this is all on you. You left 32 instead of 40.
No score.
What on earth is happening here?
Northern Ireland require 31.
How have Northern Ireland been given this reprieve? How have Scotland not won this match?
Game
and
shot on
how
the 5th
are
leg.
we going to
Northern
a 6th
Ireland.
leg?
It all stems from that approach shot from
6th leg
79,
is
I'm
Northern
telling you.
Ireland to throw first. Game on.
If you know that someone's favourite double is tops, you give them tops. You don't give them 32. It's not a criticism, it's just witnessing people's strengths.
140.
So let's boil it down. You've got 79 left and you've got a lead of hundreds of points. You go for a treble 13. Why do you do that? Because you're trying to leave
95.
double top. You get the single 13. You leave 66. What do you do? It's very simple. Go for a big
45.
14. Go for a big 12 and give him the primary double on a plate. And I guarantee you right now, you'd be out of here.
They still lose this match from this position.
100.
Northern Ireland have the throw to take us all the way to a last leg decider. And Duff here, I just wonder whether
100.
this is the type of situation. He flourishes in these types of scenarios. When his back's against the wall, when he's written off, he just gets it. It's almost as if he gets a kick out of it.
You've already mentioned the game they had 4 years ago at Lakeside. Down and out, 3-0 down.
99.
He can find a route back. There's nothing wrong with getting lost in the first place, both in life and on a dartboard. But as long as there's a route back,
60.
believe you can do it.
Nico, you know better than me. In these situations, does a personal head-to-head in the past come to pass when you're playing doubles?
Yes. It most definitely does.
130.
That's a really nice visit there from McEwen.
156.
Possibly. Probably.
Game
Instinctively
shot on the
brilliant
6th
from
leg.
Neil Duff.
Northern
He
Ireland.
finds a way and it's 3-3.
Stepping up like a
7th and
captain
final
should.
leg. It's Scotland to throw
Neil
first.
Duff has
Game
fired
on.
Northern Ireland back onto terms. And Scotland, who had a couple of handfuls of darts to win this contest by a 4-1 scoreline. They're throwing for the match again, but they're throwing for it in a last leg decider. And they know they should be nowhere near this fate,
140.
nowhere near this potential outcome.
They were sitting on 72 for the match.
100.
And Duff takes out that 156. The group dynamic for tomorrow morning could be very different if Northern Ireland win this leg. They've not even played in this format since the first international pairs. On that occasion, they played in Group
45.
C. They didn't qualify. They lost out to England and Belgium. When England had Steve West and Mervyn King, and Belgium had Zanti Vandenberg and Brian Roman. They didn't make the Saturday, which for Neil Duff is a
100.
failure.
Just doesn't happen to Neil Duff. Well, Scotland managed to get their way out of this tangle. Full credit to them, because
Scotland require
they could have so easily have buried their head in the sand after what happened over the course of the last couple of legs. But they've got 6 here for 161 to eventually get it wrapped up.
$137.
Campbell's going to come back with darts in hand at 24. Been here before, Richard.
96. Scotland require 24.
Double 12 to get over the line. My word, have they survived a scare.
Game,
but
shot,
they eventually crossed the line. 4-3 winners. They should have got it done more comprehensively. They should have wrapped it up 4-1 if the truth be told. However, the Scottish pair of Scott Campbell and Jim McKeown will finish the night with 6 points to their name. Northern Ireland miss an opportunity to finish with 8 points on the board. That the tail of the tape from our penultimate match of the day. Our final meeting sees the Welsh pair of Richie Burnett and Kurt Parry take on the Belgian duo of Andy Bartons and Brian Roman. Our final game of the day is a meeting between Belgium and Wales, and expect some shenanigans and tomfoolery in this particular clash, because anything can happen when these two go head to head. Richie Burnett, one of the most enigmatic players in the world. Brian Amann, one of the flairiest. I tell you what, Nico, if this game gets going, we could be in for the type of contest that we never forget in this building.
Yeah, you're not wrong. There's a fair bit of flair in this duo wearing the Welsh shirts. And we do have a little bit of in the Belgian colours too, especially from this man. He's not known as the Riddler for nothing.
I'm expecting something to happen in this game. I don't know why, and I don't know what.
First leg, it's Wales to throw first.
I think we're going
Game
to
on.
see something maybe just a bit eccentric in this contest.
That was a very Henry Dickens statement you've just made, which was alarmingly similar to the line,
59.
maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but soon and for the rest of our life. And you might be right.
60.
Well, I did say we'd see something. I didn't expect that, though.
That's better than a treble 5. 21 bonus
61.
points.
Ah, look at that. A dart so bad that we couldn't even zoom into it. Richie Burnett is proud of it.
He's never been so proud of a treble 12 in his career.
85.
And his career is more than 35 years old.
You know, I said there could be some tomfoolery and shenanigans in this game.
81.
If he hits treble 12 again, it's a concerted switch.
If it's treble 12 again, we need to zoom that camera out.
59.
One thing people should respect,
100.
and this is not something we should ever take for granted, is that when you're approaching the age of 60, if you play beyond the age of 60, like Paul Lim has, he's played beyond the age of
83.
70. But throwing darts for this long, daily, becomes hard.
85.
When you're starting to play darts in your early years, you can play all day. You wake up the next day and you want to throw all day, you can.
100.
If you're
Wales
60,
require 115.
You can't. You have to pace yourself.
18 and tops.
Treble 12, surely. Nah. Don't go for treble 12. Yeah, go for that instead. And Kurt Parry can't look. He's too busy
75.
laughing.
Belgium require
Because I think Richie Burnett was trying to make an indication he was going to go for treble 12 there. Well, this is he's having a chat with the speaker, but it's turned into a farcical shambles.
Welcome to the weird, wonderful world of Richie Burnett. Double 19. Oh, that's a bit of Brian, isn't
in
it?
The first leg to Belgium.
From the ridiculous to the sublime. From the madness to the magnificent.
Second leg is Belgium.
Kurt Parry's trying to keep a straight
Game
face. And Richie...
I think what Richie's saying is something along the lines of, oh, darn that guy with
100.
the audacity to take out 114 when we're on a double.
Well, I did tell you
45.
something strange was going to happen in this game.
You weren't wrong. By the way, I'm going to need that crystal ball for the lottery numbers later.
57.
Well, the rest of this game's got a lot to live up to.
Yeah, I think we've had the fun, haven't we, already in this game?
27.
On the bright side, this is going to be the first game tomorrow morning from 9:30 a.m. on Pluto TV. 9:30 a.m. local
60.
time. You tend to find that the last fixture on a Monday is very different to that of the first
58.
fixture on a Tuesday. It's a very different mindset. You've had 4 games leading into this on a Monday. You've had nothing on a Tuesday morning.
40.
But if they share the wins, one apiece, they will both be on 6 points going into round 2 tomorrow. But imagine if you win them both.
Put yourself joint top of the table for anybody else could possibly
96.
play. And that meet will be between Northern Ireland and Scotland. The two teams, shall I say, currently at the top.
60.
Might bring the ball into play here.
I think he was trying to bring tops into play. It's contagious.
I got no idea what's going on here.
44.
Belgium let themselves on 140. What can Wales find as a response? Well, that was better than the previous attempt, at least, even if it scores less points.
I think that treble 5 worked out for the best.
Belgium
Look at what he did thereafter.
140 for Bartons. Another one of them. He went tops. The 140 looking to back up on the 114 of the previous leg. But parry here. Nearly hit tops in the scoring phase of the leg.
30.
So he can find neither that or double 10.
Belgium
and so this
40.
is for 2-0 to Belgium.
$35.
Nobody likes a triple split.
Wales require 10.
That's unfortunately what was on the menu for Brian. It's only the one split, but it's just
6.
as hurtful for Wales.
Belgium require 5.
He's going to go 3-1-1 here. Oh, he's hit the double.
Score.
He's hit the double.
Wales require 4.
Well, this is turning into a rather shambolic contest, isn't it? And now he's being hit in the head by a fly. Everything's happening here.
2. Belgium require 5.
Changing the MO.
He's going right side.
1.
And he lost the height.
Wales require 2.
This is a bit like the second leg of the day.
And Wales did win that.
No score. Belgium require 4.
I think Burnett is about to combust. Now they're both in the madhouse. They're both in the madhouse.
2.
They're both in the madhouse.
Wales require 2. No score.
They're just mad now.
Belgium
You
require
can tell
2.
Kurt Parry's boiling. Is the man to keep his cool? No, he's
score.
not. We go back round the hurly-burly once
require
again.
2.
And actually, if we carry on in this vein, it could be the longest leg we've ever
No
seen
score.
here. 39 is the record.
Belgium require 2.
It's not the kind of record you want.
No score.
Even the referee is starting
Wales
to understand the
require 2.
frustration of the players. These are very difficult legs to win.
Getnik rolls a chair.
Game
Well, that
shot and the second leg.
It's a lesser
to
spotted
Wales.
39 dart break of throw.
Third leg, it's Wales to throw first. Game on.
Which is the joint lowest we've ever seen. Alex Spellman's also had a 39 darter here before. Not that I'm keeping
100.
tabs or anything.
Oh, I'm really, really happy that you mentioned that. But I think Alex Spellman is going to be in touch for the fact that you did mention that. That is a leg he wants to forget. Pairs is difficult, especially when you both get cornered.
135. $100.
Now you've got to bounce back from that. And now they're hitting the treble 20 for fun.
99.
Well, luckily their scoring's better than their doubling, otherwise it really would be here all day. 1 from 18, 1 from 12.
100. Wales require 167.
Well, this leg could be won in a third of the time of the previous leg if Burnett had hit the 167.
59. $60. Wales require 108.
Well, there goes that flight.
56.
We'll have to get it off the floor.
Belgium
might be on the
require
floor if this goes in.
141. 91. Wales require 52.
So 52 for Burnett. Good guide.
Game
Nestles it
shot
in
on the
brilliantly.
third leg
Well,
to
that leg
Wales.
was literally one in half the time of the previous leg.
Fourth leg, it's
A 36
Belgium to
followed
throw
by an
first.
18.
Game on.
Which means if they're going to win in half the time again, we're going to see a 9-darter in this leg.
140.
You almost put it on a plate there. But imagine playing in this game
135.
and having all of that disappointment of leg 2. It's the emotional swings. In a weird sort of way, that second leg, it would relax you a little bit. And it might have a positive effect.
60.
Good leg this from the Belgian pair.
145.
Really good leg. Picks up the 25 to leave Brian on 36 after 9. Potential 10-darter.
This is ridiculous.
46. Belgium require 36.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Game shot.
This
on the fourth
game
leg
has
to
had a leg
Belgium.
nearly 40 darts long, and they've had a 10. That
Fifth
graphic
leg, it's Wales to throw first.
is more like the
Game
lottery
on.
numbers. If Matthew Edgar
84.
wasn't at WrestleMania right now, and he was sitting in one of these chairs, he'd say, "Ooh, that range is a bit loose."
140.
Matthew Edgar, one of our esteemed pundits here at the Modus Super Series, who has been to Vegas over the last few days.
135.
Meeting some big superstars, and he'll be here later in the week, officiating with some
100.
of our other esteemed pundits for the night where the champion will be crowned here at International Pairs 3.
180.
Maxi for Wales, leaving them on 102 after 9. Well, all of a sudden, they've just clicked into gear.
180.
Sorry, what was
Wales
that?
require 102.
The gear is clicked.
87 left. Treble 17 needed. Well, if Brian were to take out that 81, they could genuinely win 2 legs of
42.
pairs
Belgium
in 21
require
darts or
81.
22. Double 13, his favourite double. It had to be
Game shot on
22.
the fifth leg to
Ridiculous.
Belgium. Sixth leg, it's Belgium to throw
This
first.
has got to be
Game
the
on.
best 78 average I've ever seen.
Just for context, the leg before, Wales won it in 39.
140.
Belgium won 2 legs in 22, almost half of the time, for double the amount of
100.
legs.
Think about it this way. If Belgium win this leg in 17 darts or fewer, they could win 3 legs of darts in less than 1 other leg in this contest.
I told you this game would be memorable. Third 180 of the game for Belgium. Kurt Parry's almost resigned himself here, hasn't
He's
he?
never been in a game like this. I don't think any of them have.
Not even that man there, Richie
44.
Burnett, who's been involved in some things during his career.
$60.
If Brian takes out that 1-2-1, it's 3 legs.
85. Belgium
In
require
34.
121.
And we know the way Brian's brain works.
65.
He would have wanted to have got it done in that time.
But he's given the honour to Andy Bartons to end the day. And to put them in the same
105.
vicinity
Belgium
as
require
Scotland
56.
at the top of the table.
It's been funny, chaotic, shambolic, brilliant, mad. Everything that you could have possibly phrased about a
16.
darts match, but it's not over just yet.
Wales require
And in the background, Richie
167.
Burnett was giving Brian a fake right hook. but this would be a kick in the guts. Oh, there was nearly another tryst.
42.
Well, that would have been another
Belgium require
superlative.
40.
Richie Burnett can't get enough of this game.
Nor can we. But it's
Game,
over,
shot,
and it's a
and the
Belgian
match
win. And
to
they've
Belgium.
done so, winning 3 legs in the same amount of time as it saw Wales win a leg. There was a shambolic leg, a 39 darter where neither team could hit anything. And then Belgium after that hit everything. Such a strange game of darts, such a funny way to end the first day's worth of play here at International Pairs 3. Live on Pluto TV, where we've got plenty coming up, including this coming up later in the week.
Oh my God. That's all right,
Oh, double.
This goes, how much if this goes? Genuinely, how much? How much? Give me a price.
167 quid.
Go on then. If this goes. That was in. Tell me that weren't in.
It
was in the 5.
120!
I can't believe that. Where's this come from?
That was in.
Mind you, he is a ref. Oh, double 18. Oh, and he's lost all composure whatsoever.
You're putting them off.
What is going on?
Double 18,
Limbs,
pal.
by the way.
Could you imagine if this went? Oh. Yeah, it got rather shambolic, that particular challenge, but you can find out on what happened on the latest edition of the Referee Wars. That comes up on Friday once the Group C action comes to a close. So, the Thursday's worth of action in the first edition of International Pairs has come to a close, and an interesting game to end the day. Belgium beating Wales 4-2, but it is Scotland and Northern Ireland that are the 2 teams that were the fancy bets before dart was thrown, and they find themselves on 6 points at the top of the table come the end of it. This the state of play. Belgium top of the pile, 6 points plus 4. Paul Nicholson with me here in the studio. They were superb, weren't they, the Belgians?
Yes, they were very good all day. They had a few blips along the way, Henry, but the thing is, they looked strong, they looked cohesive, and they looked ready for the long haul. I think at this stage, if you're looking for someone to win Group A, then look no further than the Belgians. They look the best.
Because even when they lost a couple of games, they looked in good nick.
Yeah, that's true. And if you look elsewhere, people like Scotland, they started the campaign, but they just looked a bit scatty at times. And I don't think there was as much of a glue between Campbell and McEwen as much as there was between Andy Bartons and Brian Roman. You can tell from the outside that those two have played pairs together before, and they enjoyed doing it together this week.
Just a quick word on Scotland and the progress they've made through today.
I think they've done pretty well. I mean, it's been pretty difficult because you've got 3 teams on 6 points and 3 teams on 4. It's very, very close. But the one thing that we have with Scott and with Jim is a similar pace. So even though they're not going to be playing much in the way of darts on the stage as they would do in singles, I think they're still going to be happy with the pace of play that they have with each other.
Certainly going to be very interesting as we get into tomorrow, the moving day of the group.
Yeah, I think you've got to make a move. I think tomorrow someone needs to win 8 points, if not 10. Because if you don't, I think things are going to be quite congested in the middle towards the top of the table.
Nico, thank you very much. Certainly an entertaining way to premiere our coverage in the United States, that's for sure. And for those of you watching on the other side of the Atlantic, there's plenty coming up for you. And there's just some of the myriad of content that we have here at the Super Series. We've got some of the best stuff involving some of the players from North America. Leonard Gates is going to be there, for example. That's going to be at 3 o'clock Eastern Time, 12 o'clock on the Pacific Coast. And then Gary Mawson, the subject of the Tungsten Talk, that's coming up later on today as well. Team USA alongside Team Canada as well. They're going to be in action in Group B. That gets underway 5 Eastern, 2 Pacific. And then the finals of International Pairs 3. That's going to be Saturday lunchtime to Saturday evening in the United States. So plenty coming up across the Pluto TV channel here at the Modus Super Series. But as far as today is concerned, well, 6 is the magic number. Belgium top of the table, but they got plenty of company alongside them. Bye from us.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion.
And it's double Dutch delight. absolute stunner. Double 10. Well, that is absolutely incredible.
It's time to crown the champion.
Ireland!
40.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And he Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for the tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He is 2 darts away from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone, and you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs one more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the one treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101!
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.